Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, January the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of checks, of course. Can you see my screen and can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. Well, guys, we've got a ton of action in some sectors this morning. Of course, look at MJ. Take a look at MJ, cannabis ETF. Big. I mean, that's up 6.5% already this morning, but there's just so many cannabis names. So let's go over a few of them. There's ACB up 15%, CGC up 11%, Cron, almost take your pick, up 12%, AFA, APHA, 8%. So a lot of the cannabis plays. This one, this GRWG, I always thought this was kind of the best one just based on the chart pattern. Never really had the huge pullbacks that the other ones did. And again, GRWG way up here. And then we've got the EVs. The EVs are going, some of them anyway, are going crazy. Take a look at Blink, BLNK. Well, again, take your Blink, plug, fuel cell. Though Blink is starting to fade a bit. What's fuel cell doing? A little bit. And then we've got solar, SPWR. Take a look at SPWR. Up 8%. Man, we got some big moves here. So you can see that if SPWR, what is it right now? It's at 26.78. You can just kind of see that if it can get over 27, I'm going to put an alert around 27.13. You can see that if it can take this out right there, look left, and it has room to that 32 area. All right, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but big area for it to take out. Clean energy, CLNE, CLNE. Another one that's up. Let's see if it can take out, well, it did take out 10 last month, kind of briefly. AIKI, now this was super active a couple of days ago, then it gave it up. There it is, guys, SPWR right at 27.17 now. I've got to find the my change symbol box. So there's AIKI. So again, had a big day 3 days ago, but it sold way off. It got up to 126, closed under $1. Last 2 days, basically staying under $1, and now another pop, way over $1. Not a super low float, 34 million in the float. I don't know, can't see any specific. That's right, some kind of a patent license agreement. Patent license agreement. Psilocybin. So there is some news on AIKI. TAT. Just glance at the headline, some kind of a 10-year agreement, TATT. Now there's a low float, 3.2 million in the float. So that news must have come out after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area. Got all the way up to a little over $11. It's pulled back, but it's up 48%, big volume. It'll trade the float easily today. It's already traded the float. NMTR, another one that is lifted off that sub-dollar range. Got a little. It closed at $1.07 yesterday. Came from 84 cents on the low yesterday. Closed at 107, and now it's continuing. This is not a low float though. 134 million shares in the float. DBVT. What are you doing? Again, I'm just looking at, I don't know if this is a cannabis play or not. I don't see it being a cannabis play, but who knows anymore? Oh, they're in Montrouge, France. There's the French flag right there. So DBVT, though, coming into the 200-day moving average, 340 is the 200-day moving average. Just shortable for me. It is shortable. So in case that 200-day just stalls it completely. ORTX. ORTX. Had a nice day yesterday. And now it's breaking free. ORTX. Not a low float. 84 million in the float. And again, this seems to be, you know, when I'm looking at my headlines, it seems to be lumping in with the rest of the cannabis headlines. So I don't know. I can't see anything cannabis here, but, you know, I have no idea. Oh, but anyway, ORTX. What did it hit in the pre-market? 602. And what is the overall market doing? Market's down a little bit on the SPY. Nothing earth-shattering. Of course, a lot of this has to do with the Georgia elections yesterday. I don't think it's been completely called, but obviously, you know, if the Democrats do get those two senators, then it's going to kind of give them the Senate. I know it's that 50-50 situation, which is helping, obviously, the cannabis plays, EV, solar, things like that. U.S. Steel also. U.S. Steel was really strong this morning. U.S. Steel got its highs yesterday is 1882, so it's above that high right now. And 20, it got it right up to literally $20. Looks like about 3 weeks ago. So U.S. Steel's been on a real tear though, just kind of resting, but having a nice little pop today. Okay, I will look at XNet. Yeah. It's still got, you know, there's that 200-day moving average. It's got to take that out with some ferocity. It can't just sort of toy around with it. It's got to really pop through that and get going. So I'm going to disregard it still. All right, it's 9:13, so I'm going to do a quick check. Should be interesting to see what these analysts have got in mind today for upgrades and downgrades. Probably a huge list. Yep, a huge list of these, so I'm not going to be able to get them all in. So just trying to see if there's any multiple. Okay, let me try to get a few of them in. And I'm hearing GRWG. When I say hearing, it's text to voice in my ear, making new highs. TAT, T-A-T-T, also, as I'm typing some of these in. See some gold. Gold is up. See some gold plays. Or gold companies that analysts are upgrading. All right, guys, there's so many. I've just got a few of them in here. AMRS is one that I saw a couple of times. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Yeah, I did see that MXC Rodex here yesterday. Yeah, late. All right, so there are a few more downgrades. Actually, quite a few more downgrades and upgrades this morning. All right, let me try to get a few of them in. Interesting, lithium. Yeah, I'm just going to get a few of them more in. There's just so many. So many upgrades, so many downgrades this morning. Trying to pick off a few that maybe we'll have some action today based on name recognition. All right, that's enough. There's so many. Okay, guys, so I mentioned Michaels yesterday. MIK is a potential swing. You know, did quite well yesterday, actually. It got off 13. It closed over 14. It's continuing. And that is Michaels, MIK. So let's see if these can hold their gains finally. These marijuana plays, cannabis plays. I'm going to take a look at the ETF for the sector. And on the monthly chart, yeah, we're still here, you know, we still haven't really we haven't broken out yet at all. You know, I had a great month a couple of months ago. And last month, really nothing. This month, so far, only 6 days in. It's called Best WL, okay? Best WL, Don. I haven't changed it in a couple of months, I think. Probably just keep it there now. All right, so in that vein, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating version, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Watch List, right there, Barry's Watch List, okay? Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced, which is okay, as long as you've saved it to the cloud. In this window here, the repeating, you'll see alerts right when the market opens. You should see alerts right when the market opens. Here, have a delay of 15 minutes. I may change this back to 10 minutes. You know, the last couple of weeks I've been seeing, you know, we're getting, well, it's not a matter of getting them too late. I mean, the rationale between delaying 15 minutes is to maybe let things settle down a little bit. But the problem is I'm seeing some of these ones that just keep running and running and running. And if you know anything about this has to take out the new high, has to make out a new high of the day. By that time, they could have run quite a bit. So that's why here you'll see them earlier. I mean, it's up to you. If you want to trade them earlier, that's completely up to you. Yeah, like this, the gap ups, gap up, gap down. I mean, those are individual links that are accessible from my homepage. So if you clicked on my homepage link and you clicked on scans, my scans section, click here. So here are the gap up. These are the three that I use, or four that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, shared, down, pre-market, actives up, down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market almost exclusively. All available. When you say you couldn't find it, you click on my homepage link and click right here where it says list of links for my scans. Click here, and there they are. Okay, let's see. Anything else coming in here at the end here? So it's clean energy, you know, taking out 10 maybe. There's another solar play, CSIQ, more expensive. I see Infi. Infi is starting to make this gap up, but it's pulled back quite a bit. Actually, I thank you for yeah, ISR. I forgot to mention it. It's on my watch list, or it's on one of the ones I posted in the pre-market. Yeah, ISR. What did I have here? FDA clearance for use of. I guess I've just scratched down MRI. So something to do with FDA clearance, MRI. And that's ISR. It's not a low float though. 86 million in the float. So even though, my goodness, I mean that's an amazing move for 86 million in the float, up 220,000. Completely breaking out on the monthly, weekly, and daily. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I see some new people in the room. Welcome to the room. Is check still a trade? Let's take a look at it. I don't know. This didn't have any continuation yesterday. That was my issue with it. I mean, I did really well on it. But I traded it after hours the day before. So what did I get up to? Got up to 293 and it closed down here. So, you just have to wait and see. Just have to wait and see how it opens. I mean, maybe if I can get over 2 again, it could get rolling. Excuse me. But now we've got, excuse me, sorry about that. I'll catch in my throat here. You have that 2 level right here. If you look at that monthly chart, you've got that 2 level right here that, didn't pose any problem yesterday, but it might pose a problem today. Yeah, so if you're new to this room, Chicago, first of all, I don't make any recommendations about, yes, you should buy something now or no, you shouldn't. All right. But I'm all about waiting for right now, this is pulling back a little bit, but I'm all about waiting to see, what sort of pattern something is breaking from. I mean, it obviously would be fairly bullish if it took out the pre-market highs, 185. But that, again, doesn't mean you just pile into it because it does it. You have to see how it's trading. Now this is obviously an alpha stock. An alpha stock meaning it doesn't really matter what the rest of the market is doing within reason. Okay, it's going to be trading on its own for because of its specific news today. But again, it doesn't mean you just pile into it. I mean, this could remember from where it came, and it's a 51-cent stock yesterday. So I mean, there's going to be a lot of profit taking too. All right, guys, I'm going to change my layout now. Hopefully I do it right this time. Yeah, it's getting it's almost criminal, Bob. And what we're talking about is what are we now? Wednesday. So on Monday, it looked like ICE was going to delist the China telecoms. We're talking CHU, CHL. I mean, there may be other ones, but these are the ones that I'm aware of. So these are China telecoms, and they were going to delist them from the U.S. stock exchanges, okay? Now then yesterday, they come out and said, you know what? We're changing our mind. We're not going to. And now today, they're coming out and saying, yes, we are. I mean, this is all political. But it really, 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 it's playing with people's. I mean, if you're in this stock, to flip flop in three successive days is just pretty bad. Exactly, William. All right, what do we have? We have less than 3 minutes before the market opens. So now typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Okay, so my layout link, it'll look very similar. This is my layout link. You won't have these two windows here. All right, but there's my layout link. Remember, it's a layout. So if you have a layout already loaded that you've taken pains to construct, make sure that you have saved it to the cloud first. All right, you will not be able to have two layouts loaded at a time. Excuse me, at a time. We might have to keep an eye on BBI today. Lots of volume already. It's down 10 cents, but this was a big active one yesterday. Another one, coming from sub $1 and now over $1 yesterday. Closed at 122. It's down a little bit this morning through the 200-day moving average. But more importantly, I mean, just have to look left on that weekly chart. I think this high is 124. So I am sticking an alert at 124 for BBI. Again, that doesn't mean if it hits 124, I take the trade immediately. It just means, I have to see how it's trading, the type of pattern it's trading from. But you can just see that if BBI gets over 124, then look left on that weekly chart. The next high looking left is 261. So all right, everybody, the market is going to open in less than, let's see, 13 seconds now. So let's have a great trading day. And one moment, please. All right, we are now open. All right, there's the ISR bit. Look at the volume that is coming into it right now. So this another one is going to trade the float. 86 million. It's already traded 55 million. It'll easily trade the float. Probably could even go 2 or 3 times. Darrow, good morning. Sure, I saw this one, NRBO. Here's another crazy low float, 5.5 million in the float. Popped up to $11 pre-market. It's pulled right back. Volume coming in, NRBO. It's active, but it's not. But the trigger, there's no trigger yet. 640 is the trigger. Again, you can do what you want, but 640 is the trigger. Did not hit 640. No. $6.40 is the official trigger for it. Well, there's that ORTX. And again, I couldn't tell if this is a cannabis play. There's Mara, guys. Mara is, look at this. Look what Mara has done now. It's taken out all this now. So, of course, a crypto play. How's Riot doing? ISR is halted, yes. ISR is halted. And this is a volatility halt. So look at this. So Hexo, another little cannabis play, HEXO. Now let's see what ISR is stacking up to be when on the open. Can't tell right now. It doesn't look like there's any. Just 192, 193. So nothing fantastic yet. As I'm looking to see what the bid assets are stacking up to be. All right, ORTX. And that right into the 200-day moving average. 627 is right at the 200-day moving average. And if you look left on that monthly chart, 623. So 623, the next high looking left. 735 on the 200-day moving, on the monthly chart. All right, guys. Well, that 200-day moving average right now, not stalling it. Here's another little one, guys. Probably, well, we don't even have a float for it. And this just got halted. ENVB just got halted. Oh man, I know it's hard. Well, for me, I mean, it's not hard for me not to chase this. One of the scans I'm sharing. Okay, Halts resumes. One of the scans I'm sharing. Chris, Halts resumes. Mara. Wow. And this, I think this is outperforming Riot. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about share price, but I'm just talking about pattern. Look at Mara. See what it's done compared to Riot. ISR just opened. ISR just opened. Okay, this could get interesting. It didn't gap way up, but it hasn't fallen. And it's a big float, 86 million in the float. So this is not, it shouldn't be too well, it's already up 266%, but it's not like this is one of those 1 million in the float. Anything can still happen to this. I'd be watching this to see on a 2 break. See if it recovers a 2 break. I don't know whether there's any. Oh, it just got halted again on the way down. Okay. Well, I'm still going to put a two price alert on it. All right, TAT, big gap up here. Another one, 57%. And now this is a low float. This has traded the double the float so far. Look at Mara, guys, MARA. GKK, we just should have held Mara for the year. Kern is another cannabis play. I blame you. I absolutely blame you. You told me to sell it, so I completely and utterly blame you. Look at this go. Now let us see what Bitcoin is doing right now. So look at this. Here's the ETF for Bitcoin, GBTC. There's a quadruple basically in 3 months plus a week. Oh, thou shalt not chase. 11th commandment, but boy, it's hard. I was going to get, well, I was going to take maybe an early trade in this TAT, but I waited too long. TATT. Yes, good point. That definitely, actually, that should be the first commandment. Kern, guys, another cannabis play. 488, if you look left on that daily chart, I have a couple of highs right around 488, so that could stall it. If you're new to trading, get used to looking at longer term time frames. And you start looking left. You start looking left to see where the next highs are. I can give you maybe a bit of a clue as to where a stock could, if you wanted to get long this, what its potential could be, where it could stall. Okay, I don't know this one at all. I know it's a China stock, YSG. Don't know this one at all. I don't know if this was an IPO here. Looks like it was. YSG. This has got some room. It's starting to again looking left on that weekly chart. 1830 is the next high, so it's not that far away. 1787 to 1830. U.S. Steel on the move here. U.S. Steel X on the move. Look at the volume that came in. It's a big float, 200 million in the float. So you can see again, look at Cron. I mean, look where it could easily stumble, right around 9. It's at 850 right now. So right around 9, it could easily stumble. Look at that monthly chart. The high 899, the high 915. So you can just see, yeah, it looks really good. It's up 13%, but unless it took that out, could stall right there. Now tomorrow, if it takes it out, then it can, really start to, fill in this void. Okay, so ISR, well, it's on the way down now. I was actually hoping it might pop right through 2. It still might. So, but that's why I put a price alert. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I just move on. Give me a moment here as I pour some more coffee. Well, and all over the place, but it is look at the volume that. What's the float again for this IAKI? I mean, look at the volume, guys, that came in here. 30 million in that candle. It's the opening 15-minute candle, 30 million. I mean, the next high looking left was way up here at 274. Dollar away on that monthly chart. It's the same, there it is, same on that weekly chart. And it is good, Kang. Big green bar, yeah. So tech is down, Dow's up, SPY's off just a little bit. You know what? You're absolutely right. Look at the volume that has just come into bingo here, BNGO. But this is a big float, 153 million in the float. What's Czech doing? Yeah, Czech is I have to admit, it's a disappointment. I was hoping we'd have a couple of days, 2 or 3 or 4 days of some green candles for Czech, but didn't get it. All right, so here's the deal, guys. We will get this will trigger, AIKI will trigger if it takes out the high. 175. What do we have? What time is it? Another 8 seconds for 9:45. So if AIKI takes out that high right there, we will see it here. Doesn't mean, now again, everything in here doesn't mean you take the trade immediately. This is a watch list. Oh, I wish, you know what? I wish this 830 were in here for this YSG. This is really looking interesting. There's almost a red bar ignored here. Just over 18. Good volume. Big float. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats. I mean, the higher the float, the less stressful the trade probably will be. It won't be quite as whippy. At least it shouldn't be. All right, prison stock, guys. Prison stock on the way down. Geo, what is the support? Maybe, yeah. So there might be some support at around 8. Look at AMRS. Big float. Again, for those of you who are new, wondering when I talk about the float is the number of shares that are available for trading on any given day. So the higher that number, usually, well, not usually, the higher the number, it will take a lot to move a stock. You know, it'll take a real catalyst to move that stock, news catalyst, some other type of a catalyst. Whereas when you have I mean, this is up 10%. I mean, nothing to... it's very good, but to get the ones that are up, like, what is a low float one that's up right now? Of course, now I can't find one. There you go. Thank you. TAT. T-A-T-T. So how can a stock go up 46%? Now, at one point, this was up, you know, when it was up at 838, that was up even obviously a lot more. But how does a stock get up 46%? There's the float, 3 million in the float. Very, very low number. And for me, anything under 20. And look at ORTX. Is this another one? See, this is not a low float situation, but it's got some news. So consequently, yeah, I mean, it can move. They don't all have to be low floats. But when you see stocks that are up like 2, 3, 400%, usually well, I would say almost always it's because they have a very low float. The float, just think of it, that's the supply of stock that's available. And if for whatever reason there's high demand, it's like anything else on earth, any commodity, low supply, high demand, prices go up. So for me, anything under 20 million, I consider as a low float. And of course, the lower that number, the more crazy a stock can get in terms of, now, stocks go up quickly, low floats, and they can come down even more quickly once the buying dries up. So that's why you've got to be very, very, very careful. If you're new to trading, you almost want to shy away from it. I know it's exciting, lots of fun. You see these things, oh my gosh, this is up 400%. I want to get in on the action. Now, the problem I have with an AFA, it is in my watch list, and any of the other cannabis plays or what we'll call sector plays, is that they are so sector dependent. You know, as opposed to ORTX, and I don't know where it's going to go from here, but this is not sector dependent. It has specific news to it. I'm trying to find it, but it's more of a specific news play or interest play, whereas AFA and CGC and Cron and Tilray and all the other ones, they're going to be subjected to what the overall sector is doing. So they're not really what I call alpha stocks. It's very close, of course, alpha, but it's not really what I call the true alpha stocks. The true alpha stocks for me are the ones that they don't care what their sector is doing. They don't care what the market's doing. They just trade on their own. Within reason. I mean, if the market's down, 1,000 points, probably nothing's going to go up. But so for me in an AFA, I'd be waiting more for maybe a pullback. Remember, this is a watch list, mainly used as a watch list. All right, well, there's Smith and Wesson, guys. Look at this void here now. Look at Smith and Wesson, SWBI. Look left on that weekly chart. I mean, it's has a chance to start filling in this area. That's at 26. I'm not saying it's when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you just look at a chart and you can sort of see, well, at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance blocking a move up. Is it over that 230 mark yet? SNSS. Yeah, I mean, it's still resting. I wouldn't be too excited about it until it took this out, probably that 240 out. We talked about this one 2 days ago as a potential swing. All right, so ACB, so some of these cannabis plays are starting to drift down now. Look at that beautiful Canadian flag. This might be available now for you guys. We've got the flag of the nations. Might be available if you go to our website and access the beta. Yeah, it may be available, Asia, on the beta. If you go to our homepage, I'll just take a look, see if it. So if I go to our homepage, let me go here. Click on the subscription link. Download software. There's the production version, but down here is the beta. So what does it say? Does it say flags? It doesn't say the flags have been added here, so maybe not. Ultimately, we want to be able to have a filter for country. I agree, Asia. I mean, I used to always have to just do a quick check to see, well, where are they from, Ah, look at ORTX. I missed my entry here, guys. I missed it. Look at the SPY, guys. This is a big move here. Nice. Look at these two big green candles on the SPY. Even tech is starting to come back. QQQs. Let's see what the Qs are doing. Bet you the techs are rallying a little bit here. Even General Electric. Stayed old General Electric. Oh man, I miss my entry on this one. I was just distracted just enough. ORTX. So 655. Can it take out 7? You know, I can't chase it now, but so what is the high if you're in this one? Again, the next high looking left on the monthly. Wow, way up here, almost 10. And on the weekly, it is 735, so it's getting a little bit close, okay? If you are in this one, 686, so the next high looking left is 735. Okay, now again, it's fighting to get through that 200-day moving average. DBVT, it's a big float, 109 million in the float. And I love our flags now, guys, because this is like a geography lesson. You know, you don't recognize a flag. Here's the French flag right there. Vive la France. GTH, guys, is something I've not really seen too much of. I guess this was an IPO back here. This is getting close. There's the all-time high is 1771, 1635 on the move here. GTH. See if there's any. Yeah, there is some news on it. Announces an exclusive strategic partnership with Sino Biopharm. Okay. Now here's one where we don't have a flag for. I don't know why. It's a China stock. Unless I have to elongate. Whoops. Interesting. No way we don't have a flag for it. Just give me a moment here. Well, I have an alert for maybe a $2 break. See if it happens later on. A lot of volume coming in still for ISR. So it's traded the float, 86 million. It has traded 95 million, so it has traded the float. But, you know, I mean, it got halted on the way up and got halted on the way down. Now I guess it's just kind of in rest mode. Oh, look at this one, guys. Look at FHN. Look where it is. Look left on that monthly chart. 1419. It's at 1419. This is back in almost a year ago. This is back in March last year. No, I took this one, guys. I want to see a pretty tight stop on it. I want to see if it has any run in it as it took out the high. And that's the FHN. And then at 14. At 1420, 1421, sorry. So just want to see if it has any sort of a run in it. It's a big float, so I don't expect, incredible whippiness. Well, as always, have a stop, right? I'm not going to give this too much time. I mean, it's a lot of volume came in. It's right there though. You see, look there. There's that high of 1419. I mean, it's right there. There's that Kern, another cannabis play. Again, cannabis play, so it's going to be a little bit like the AFA. It's very, very tied to the sector. It doesn't have. Well, I guess it's got maybe some news. Akerna says MJ Analytics has generated a six-figure increase in sales, so maybe there is some specific news for Kern. You know what? I forgot to mention DraftKings. I know it was on my pre-market list. I know I posted it up there. It had a pretty big run. DKNG. And U.S. Steel. Now here's a big float, 217 million in the float. A high looking left, $20. I mean, it literally got to $20 last month and then stopped. Yeah, well, yeah, cannabis, solar, and EV, all election plays. But maybe even more so cannabis. Yeah, that sundial, it's under, it just doesn't interest me until it breaks $1. I agree, William. I mean, yeah, it's not that every single Democratic senator will vote for something like that, but anyway, it'd be fascinating to see how all this works out. There's still no official word, right, on those on Georgia. No official word. It was amazing if you were watching last night. And this is not political. I mean, this is just, what happened. But if you were watching last night when that big county came in, it was like a horse race. All of a sudden, coming from way behind, catching, passing, and then the fun really began. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, YSG did a little choppy though. It gets up to 1850, right back down to 1822. So AIKI is a no-go so far. Now a lot of these ones that are really, really active early in the day, they tend to rest. They tend to rest, and then later on in the day, you never know. Now, but this is giving up. I would love to see this sit around that 160 mark later on in the day. And then all of a sudden, maybe get a lot of volume and pop through that high. That could really get it running. Yeah, exactly. TATT, absolutely. Late day push, all of them. All of these are candidates for those late day pushes. They have all the excitement in the pre-market, a little bit on the open, and then all of a sudden they just sort of snooze, it seems like, for hours. Yeah, I'm still in it. It's not moving. But don't let me influence you, okay? If you don't like it, if you find it too boring, didn't I see? I don't think I typed it in, but I thought I saw Beyond Meat, BYND, a downgrade from some analysts this morning. Well, they're a little, yeah, Ricky. I mean, they're a little less, they're a little easier on the nerves, And I didn't mind it. Yeah, look, I don't know what's going to happen, obviously, but I was just interested in taking that out. So you look left. I'm not saying it's, in fact, there's no way it gets to 1687 today, but that's what you do. Look left. Look left on that weekly chart. I mean, it's the same kind of thing. So it has room to move if it wants to. Not really, Don. I would just wait. Sit out that first 15 minutes. Number one, they tend to be less whippy, of course, as the day progresses. I mean, you could. I mean, if you wanted to. There's GTH, guys. GTH. If you wanted to, you know, in a 15-minute, let's just like a quick look. So, for instance, on a 15-minute range, if you want to really restrict it, you know, you could do something like that. If you really want to restrict it, you know, on a percentage basis or on a dollar basis. So you'd add the filter, okay, and you'd put the max. So if you really wanted something that is very, very restricted, not so whippy, then that's what you could do. Put it something in the max. That makes sense? Yeah, that's my miss of the day, Aura TX. I just got distracted. I wanted to take it right about there. But through that 200-day moving average, thing is, if you restrict it, you may not find very interesting looking stocks, that's all, but it's up to you. So what you could do, no, that's not the function of a topless window, Sam. Remember, a topless window is just, you want alerts, real-time alerts, getting alerts, wow. Then you use your alert windows, okay? Use your alert windows. That's when you get, when you say alerts, I mean, the topless windows, I mean, it's not so much an alert, but I mean, it's a list. That's what they're designed for. You know, you want to see the stocks that are up the most today, as an example. Okay, you want to see those stocks up the most today. So you could see a stock that's up 100%, but could be falling. So in other words, it's not making a new high of the day, but it could be the one that's up the most today, even though it's dropping. All right. No, it's just not the function of it. You know, it's going to get updated every 30 seconds automatically. So it's just not the function of a top list. You must not have. Okay, what I see a couple from Neo. Personally, I don't care from where they come, what segment, AI segment, but there are a couple. So if you don't have that, that means that you don't have. You should be watching. What time is it now? 10:13. So I'll be going into my spiel soon, but you should be my opinion anyway. Okay, that is because. Well, I don't know what's going on with you, with yours, because I mean, there are, you might only have it on Holly 2.0 then. This is what I would do. From the toolbar, click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Just get into that, you know, just do that, and then you'll have this window. And you can incorporate the window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every morning. Okay? I am going to go over all this. But first of all, I would just get rid of the idea of worrying, not worrying, but you know, wondering, well, where are the alerts from Holy Grail or 2.0 or Neo? Just look at them all. Like, who really cares where an alert is coming from? Yeah, it's just a matter of doing it once, Victor. You know, I mean, once you do it, look at the SPY. What a move for the SPY. Yeah, I hear you. Just info at trade-ideas.com and, keep pestering them for something like that. So right now, my stop for FHN is basically where I bought it. If it moves back down there, I'm just going to get out of it. So let you know, you don't have to do the same thing. Anybody who's in it. Boy, look at GTH. I mentioned this one probably about $1 ago. GTH. Now be awfully careful on this one. This one is a bad one, really. HSDT, crazy low float. Look what it got up to yesterday, $34. Closed down at 17, cut in half. It just got, I guess it got, well, resumed, sorry. It resumed, but it moved down. I hate to even bring it up. It just happens to be in our halts resumes. A little break on through to the other side for TAT. Now listen, guys, I'm doing what I'm doing, all right? Obviously, I'm doing what I'm doing, but the FHN, I've taken some off. Again, you don't have to do the same thing. Basically at 1433, hoping for a bigger move, of course, but no, I think that was the Doors. I don't think it was Zeppelin. I know it was the Doors. I thought maybe I said something else. It was a Zeppelin reference. Um, wow, GTH. My goodness, GTH. Exclusive partnership with Sino. This is a China stock. We don't have the flag. I don't know why we don't have the flag, but it is a China stock. Juliet, it is. Yes, yes, it is. Not if you're going to call me dairy twice. You know what? There's no excuse. The D is not even beside the B. There's no excuse on the keyboard. Anyway, I will check it. Yeah, well, nothing to check really. I mean, it keeps drifting down. So wow, look at the Dow, guys. This is a big, big pop. That's a big pop for the Dow. SPY is up. Yeah, tech is still a little bit down, but it is in recovery mode. Market is very buoyant today, very enthusiastic, optimistic. So obviously pretty good alert here, 655. What did it get up to? 727. Again, this is cannabis, cannabis. Not a bad alert, 1964. It'll struggle to get through 20. I mean, it's just a psychological number for X to get through. All right, you may want to keep an eye on MNTR. MNTR is the high right there. That's a big float, 34 million in the float. Again, another one of these ones that came from under $1 yesterday, closed just above it. A bit of a sell-off. There's that bottoming tail right there, but it has come back. So, you know, I mean, I don't know. This is probably, well, what happened here, let me back this out. Yeah, so this would be a symbol name change. Obviously, this is not an IPO. So a symbol name change, I don't know what it was before. So that's why it looks like, you know, an IPO just started trading here, but it started trading here as an NMTR. I'm surprised there's that many in the float. Wow, U.S. Steel guys really getting close to that 20. V-Ray. Remember V-Ray. Keep an eye on V-Ray, guys. So this, okay, there's the NMTR just alerting me, but keep an eye on V-Ray. This could be really an interesting one, especially if it takes out yesterday's high, which is 709. So if you're unfamiliar with this one, they had a sort of a preliminary release of their Q4 numbers, and obviously the market reacted very strongly. Okay, got all the way up to 7. A little bit of a rest yesterday, but this looks like it could continue. It's not a low float, but again, look left, look at the room it's got. Look at V-Ray's room. Look left on that monthly chart, and what do you see? There's the high, 920 whatever, 926. Back it out on the weekly chart. You see exactly the same. Well, actually, you're not quite. You see room to 850 or so. So keep an eye on V-Ray for sure. Well, this one, IMRA, just getting thumped here. Not very much volume. It's a low float, but IMRA just getting absolutely thumped. Wow, look at this. I mean, this, I didn't see this one at all. No inkling this was, well, I shouldn't say that. I must have missed this in the pre-market. Yeah, so negative, bad results from a phase 2A clinical trial. So horrible news for this company. Hopefully nobody was in this one. All right, guys, I'm all out of my the FHN. Just really just kind of a bit of a scalpy play for me. I'll keep an eye on it if it breaks out over the highs again, but I'm all out of it now. I'm going to have an alert set up here, 1436. So nothing fantastic, just wanted to take that trade just because, mainly because of the float. Didn't think it'd be too aggressive, so. All right, so this NMTR, if it can take this out again, there was the alert, 142. If it takes it out again with some volume, so some of these high flyers, ISR, not shortable for me. Starting to really give it up. Just taking a look at some of the ones that are. Yeah, look at Tilray. I mean, no big move now, kind of chopping around. What did it get up to? The 1150 in the pre-market. U.S. Steel, guys, just challenging that 20. You know, I mean, obviously, if infrastructure becomes a big deal in 21, you would think. I mean, it's already, this is almost a triple in well, the 3 months plus the first week. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's an EV play. It's a high over here, 3050. So, yeah, I mean, obviously got room. I mean, it's an EV play. It's a sector play. I mean, you're chasing it a little bit right now in the 15s, but you either believe in what's going to happen with EV or you don't. You know, I mean, it's really that simple. But if you're asking me, should you buy it now? Of course, I can't give you any advice like that. All right, guys, it is 10:29. So this is typically when first of all, big welcome to the room. Anybody who's brand new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. I'm going to put my homepage link in. So my homepage has a lot of information. If you click on my homepage link right there, and of course you can take out a subscription. So here's a promo code, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only. Okay, first month only, or the entire year. Give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. Okay, we have annual and monthly, premium and standard. So the big plan, the premium annual, is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. And standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. This demo is going away. The big difference between premium and standard, and I'm going to go over it. The big difference is the AI, all right? There are other differences, but the big difference why people take our premium service is because they want to have access to the AI, which I'm going to go over. Now, you don't have to have an annual plan. You can always go month to month if that's what you want to do. In fact, if you're brand new, please don't take on an annual plan. If you don't know our product very well, start off with a monthly, even a standard monthly. So it would be $118 less the 15%, or the premium $228 less the 15%. And again, that discount's only good for the first month. So on my homepage, we have more information. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think this week's trade of the week has triggered. No, the trigger point was close. Trigger is 640. It is not triggered. That is a suggested entry, so it is not triggered yet. To give you an idea, just give me a moment here. Yeah, to give you an idea about how well these trades of the week have done, I just want to show you this. So this is from April 1. So if you took every single trade of the week, the rule being, now for instance, this trade of the week will not be counted because it did not trigger either on Monday or Tuesday. So this is how we calculated this. If you took every trade of the week that triggered either on Monday or Tuesday, and then you held it to Friday and sold it, and then did the same thing the next week if it triggered, so on and so on. $10,000 would have turned into, can't quite tell what that is, about $27,000. So again, you put $10,000 into the trade of the week. If it triggered on Monday or Tuesday, sold it, market close on Friday, and then did the same thing the next week and the next week. This has been the return. It's been pretty spectacular. So that is a free service. So subscribe to the Trade of the Week. I do a recap what's happened in the room video. I usually do it around 1 o'clock Eastern time. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. All the scans that I'm sharing. A lot of education links right here. Yeah, I'm not in this one anymore, but it still looks not bad, FHN. I want to put in the 20 short lessons. I like to put that link on its own. No, it is just taking. Well, again, if I show you that again, it's just literally, if you put $10,000 at the beginning of the week in a stock that triggered from the trade of the week, and you did it again and again and again and again, all the stocks that's triggered, you'd be up at about, I can't tell quite what that is. Okay, but it's over 25,000. Okay? This is Well, it's not 1 year. It started April 1st. We started doing this April 1st, just to see. Okay? So the 20 short lessons, you only started doing this. They didn't do it for last year at all to see. We had some pretty good ones last year, but they started doing it just after the pandemic, okay? Just during the pandemic to see what would happen. Well, they're all long trades. Yeah, Michael, they're all long trades. There are no short trades. So again, sorry. So I just want to go over the 20 short lessons. So if you click on the 20 short lessons, this is what you're going to see. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, really encourage you to take a look at this. All the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? Building a top list. Look at X, guys. I know I'm floating all over the place here. Look at X, over 20 now. So all of the basic features of Trade Ideas, all explained here. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also look at this just to give you an idea about what you can do. These are the basic features of Trade Ideas. So that's at 20 lessons in 20 days. Daily support sessions. So today is Wednesday. So if you have a lot of questions about, and I'm going to go over, interactive brokers and using Brokerage Plus. Today, Michael Noss, who is definitely our expert on all that, he'll be in the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. All right. That is the Trade Ideas YouTube feed. I look after it between 9 and 1. And then I take a break at noon. One of the other traders, and today it's Michael. He'll look after it between 12 and 1, and then I resume from 1 to 3. I'll pop that link in before I go on a break. So again, if you have any questions about, especially I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus and interactive brokers, how they work together, then please go over at 12 to the YouTube feed. Daily webinars. Today is we have 4 of them a week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all free. Today's the one that I attend, help out. It's a Q&A with Dan and Brad, a couple of co-founders of Trade Ideas. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos here and some ebooks that we created. Okay? So lots of information on my homepage. Give me a moment here as I size my window. Okay, so again, Shanky, at my home page, just click on my home page link. Should be right up there. Click on the home, where it says Barry's home page. Click on the link. And right here, Trade of the Week, okay? If you can't find it there, click on the subscriptions tab, and click on my homepage link. It's right there also, okay? Well, that's why I really emphasize it, Mick. I mean, I thought it's pretty clear when you sign up. It's for the first month only, but that's why I emphasize it. Don't want to mislead anybody. That that discounts only. If it were good for every month, why would anybody take out an annual plan, right? I mean, that's just the way it works. So obviously, you take on an annual plan on a per month basis. It is cheaper than going month to month, but completely up to you. No, you can go month to month, or you take on an annual plan. All right, guys, I now want to talk a little bit about the AI and Brokerage Plus, and there it goes, bingo, absolutely right, BNGO. Look at US Steel, guys. What did I say if it took out 20? That'd be an important psychological area to get through. And see how well it holds. Yeah, if you go annual, if you upgrade, to an annual subscription, we'll honor, yes, we will honor the promo code, yes. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them. But what happens is once the market closes, today is Wednesday, so once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine on those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. These are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. Why did they make the cut? Various reasons, but profit factor, win percentage come into play. I wouldn't concern myself too much about why these make the cut. All I would concern myself with is this. Let's see the alerts during the day from these strategies that made the cut. So, this is my recommendation. From the toolbar, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. Trades Window. And here's your window. So instead of accessing the AI from the channel bar, I mean, you can do it, but then that's a layout, and you want to go to another layout, it'll disappear. So why not load this window? This is where all the AI alerts come in all day. You have an entry price, you have a stop price, up to you to manage the trades. And then, but more importantly, you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every morning. So you have a layout, load that window, and then save your layout. So every morning, this will of course be blank. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You see there's an early alert. And that's, to me, is the easiest way. Never mind, in my opinion, never mind where the stock, what alert, from what strategy an alert happens or comes from. Like, really, who cares? Just watch them. And, I use it as a watch list. Personally, I mean, I like the ones that are under $20. That's just my personal preference, but, it doesn't have to be yours. There's no video on how to use the AI because, it can be used in many different ways. Okay, one moment, please. Hungry kitty. Just a minute. All right. Now, a word about just a general information about trade ideas. All right. So first of all, we're a scanner first and foremost. I like to call ourselves an event-based scanner. So you'll notice here this is called basic new highs and lows. So if I right-click and configure, I look at here are the filters that I've got in place. It's not like I wouldn't worry so much about what the filters are, but this is how you start to create your own. Say alert window. You start off with the filters, so you whittle down the universe of stocks to a manageable number, and then you put an alert in. Okay, so here's my event. If the stock is between 1 and 20, the current volume's at least 4, minimum volume 400,000 shares, etc., etc. So if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these. Okay. Now, I'm sharing this. I'm sharing a lot of scans. You, of course, can create your own scan. And if you right-click on an alert window, I click on search. Here, I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but here are all the alerts that we have. Lots and lots of alerts and lots of filters, different sorts of filters, so you can create your own scenario. And we did it this way, so you don't have to learn a programming language. is just kind of a la carte. You pick from that menu that I showed, and you just pick and choose the alerts and filters that you want to create your alert window. We also link with many brokerage platforms. Ooh, just a minute. Just a minute. All right. So getting back to external linking. So we link with many brokerage platforms. Again, this is only available with the app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Something happened, guys. Just give me a moment here. Okay, give me a moment, please. I've lost information on one of my monitors, so just give me a moment, please. Give me a moment. I've, for whatever reason, all my windows went off to another monitor, so I'm having to put them back on. I could do it simply, but then I'd lose all my original alerts, so I don't want to do that. Look at the SPY. What a move. Remember a couple of days ago, the SPY did exactly the reverse. The first 2.5 hours straight down, 15-minute candles straight down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So far, we're an hour and a half straight up. All right, I just have to find one, one window here, my spider sector list. There you are. All right. Okay, so back to external linking. So again, we link with many brokerage platforms. So what does that mean? And again, you have to be using the app. It's not available in the web-based version. So if you click on Tools, External Linking, and you follow these, add link and just kind of follow the rules, we link with many platforms, brokerage platforms. So what does that mean exactly? What it means is that if you click on an alert, say I click on cron, it'll load into your order entry on in your brokerage platform, okay? So it's a time saver. That's all it is. It is a time saver. Instead of having to type in the symbol all day long, as I click, it just loads, okay? So that's what it is. It's a time saver. You don't have to do it. You can, you know, if you don't want a link, you don't have to. You can use Trade Ideas with any brokerage platform you want. Okay, it's just a time saver. Now, we do have an arrangement, a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers, though. And I'm just going to pop this video in. All right, so if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So you can trade right from within this window. So why would you want to do that? I mean, what's the big difference? I mean, obviously you can trade from within your IB account. So why would you want to do this? Well, you can do things like set up. Let's just say you look at Cron. Click on Cron. You say, yeah, I want to trade it right now. You go back, right click, trade, and you see how I have these buying and shorting options that are available to me. It's got what we call one-click trading. You set up how you want to trade it. How do you do that? Watch the video. Okay, it's going to show you exactly how you do it. So it's not auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. You know, again, you look at a chart and you make a determination. Yes, I want to trade it. Go back to the symbol and just click how you want to trade it. So you can be in a trade in about 5 seconds if you want. Okay? So you'll have to watch that video. It goes over all those aspects of trading using your Interactive Brokers account, connecting, and then using Brokerage Plus. Now, the other huge use for Brokerage Plus, especially if you're a brand new trader, look at the SPY. I mean, this is amazing. Is as a simulator, okay, a paper trader. So if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice, practice, practice. I know it's exciting. I know you've got money in your account and you want to start trading immediately. Don't do it. Practice first. We have a simulator. Again, this is only available in the application, not available with the web-based version. You click on Sim, and now you're in simulation mode. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It's using our real-time data. And really simple to use. You just click on a symbol. Notice the symbol will show up here. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. Boy, this FHN, I'm not in it anymore, but wow. Turned out to be really nice. Anyway, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, if you're going long, you buy it. And if you're shorting, you sell it. Now, you can also use it. You know, you don't have to, for instance, what we call conditional buys. So for those of you who like to pull back, get into pullback trades, let's take a look at MNTR right there. Looks like there's, if it got back down to 130, you might say, you know what, I want to take that trade. So let's just do it. Let's take 300 shares, and I'm going to put 130 in both boxes. And I'm going to click on the buy, and you will see a blue line shows up right on the chart. So right now, and you can do this, if you had an Interactive Brokers account, you can do all this. But again, I'm just in simulation mode. So if it went down to 130, it would take the trade. So this is like a conditional buy. Or you could have said, you know what, if it breaks the high of the day, I want to take the trade. So you could have just done it, above the price or below the price on a conditional buy order. I'm just going to leave this in, see if it gets down back here. Now let's take a look at CX. I just want to take a trade right now. So I'm going to take this trade. It's got beaten up, MYSZ. Okay, I'm going to take the trade right now. Just, wow, look at FHN. Why did I get out of it, guys? Somebody should have broken my index finger, the one I used to click that sell button. Let's take the MYSZ right now. We'll just take it, just to show you how you can do it. Take 300 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. It's only a 1 penny spread. One of the reasons, Meldo, and it's a lame excuse, I get it, because I can't concentrate 100% on trading. You know, a lot of times, you know, I'm tugged in a few directions, just, you know, explanations, other emails coming in that you guys can't see. You know, I tend to take profit when I can. You know, in case I get distracted and all of a sudden some stupid red candle hit that, that's all. That's the only real reason. Otherwise, I'd still be in the trade. So anyway, here I am in MYSZ simulation mode. Now, we always talk about putting a stop in, okay? Guess what? Every trade you get in is not going to work. That's just the cruel reality. No matter what you've read about something, all the great news about something, you get into it, you're convinced it's going to go up. You know what? It may not work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of that stock. And it's not, you know, in my opinion anyway, it shouldn't be, well, you know, I'm going to put 10 cents under every stock I get into if it moves down 10 cents or a certain percentage. My way of thinking, it should be based on what the chart is telling you. You know, so if I look at this one and I like, man, if it gets down to 128, I should be out of this trade. You know, I'm looking at that support kind of area. So I can add the stop. And you'll see the stop is right on the chart. So again, this moves back down to 128. I'll be taken out for a $25 loss, okay, based on how many shares I took. Now, share sizing is very important. When you get into a trade, you have to know where your stop is. I want to try to make this math a little easier. So there's my stop at 128. Let's just say my actual entry was 138, a dime above, okay? If I want to risk $100 a trade, and how much you risk is going to be, you know, contingent on how many, like your account size. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. But let's just say you could, you know, you thought, yeah, with my account size, I can risk $100 a trade. So how many shares could you buy? If that entry had been at 138 and your exit's at 128 if it goes against you. I want to see if anybody will put in that share size. You buy at 138, your stop is a dime away. You can risk 100. Thank you, Jay. You can risk $100. It's just simple math. So if you took 1,000 shares and your stop was 10 cents away, 1,000 shares times 10 cents equals $100. Okay? So basically what you have to do, you know, a little bit of quick math, have a calculator or something like that. But the difference between your entry and your stop price, I mean, I may try to make the math simple here, but let's say it's 12 cents. Well, you would divide 12 cents into $100. That'll give you how many shares you can take. And you should really risk the same amount per trade. You don't want to get into the situation where, especially revenge trading, you risk 100 the first trade, you obey your stop, you get out, but now you're ticked off. So the next trade, you say, you know what, I better make that back up and more. So you risk 200 the next trade. You know, hopefully, and if it works, you're saying to yourself, well, it works, I'll cover that $100 loss, and I'll also make 100. And then you lose it, now you're down 300, and so on and so on. So the real key here is money management. Now, how much you're going to risk per trade really is, you know, you have to, you know, your account size is going to dictate that. So hopefully that all makes sense. All right, meanwhile, how to read the position and range? You mean like right there? Position and range right there? So we have some great filters, very that can give you at a glance, what has happened in a stock over the last little while. So, for instance, the position in days range. If you see a green all the way over, that means it's at the top of the 5-day range, top of the 20-day range, top of the 3-month range, top of the 2-year range. So, this stock is okay. And then here is position lifetime range. So that's below 50%. If it were over 50%, you'd see a little green, right here, but you'd see some white. So that would mean it would not be at the top of the 2-year or the lifetime range. So it's a selection you can add to the columns. Okay, so are you wondering why it's graphic here as opposed to a number? Is that what you mean? So you have your choice. Okay, so here's a window. Okay, so you have a choice. If you want this, so I'm not sure I understand exactly what you mean. If you hover over it, probably hard to see, but it says 98 right beside it. If I hover over this, it says 98. If I go down here, it says 92. Okay. Well, it just means that it's within, in this particular case, 9% of the high of the day. If you can do, I could also do something like this. Just a minute. It probably, maybe you're just being, well, you should see it. I mean, I'm just doing it. I don't know why you're not seeing it. Maybe you have to just be a little patient. But you can see how it is popping up. But if you don't want that, just give me a moment, please. Well, it just means that if it's said 91%, that means it's within 9% of the high of the day. It's at within 9% of the 100 would mean it's right at the high of the day. So 91 would mean it's within 9% of the high of the day. Well, in this particular one, yes. Just give me a moment here. I mean, this is the daily. This is 5-minute. So that's what I'm saying. All these different position and ranges. In this particular case, the 5-day, it's right at, it's above the 5-day range. It's above the 20-day range, above the year range. But that one is the position in the days range. So if I look at KBE as an example, you can see that, it's almost there. What's the high? It's 44.97. It's at 44.95. It's almost at the high. Okay, that's why, and that now it's probably, IBB is probably right at the high of the day. That's why it'll say 100%. Okay? This icon is just for the position in the day's range, yes. No, this is just This is just looking at what's happened. I mean, we have a position in pre-market range that you can use, but this is once the market opens. But we have we have a lot of different position and ranges. There's the position in the pre-market range, right there. All you have to do is just do a search, type in position, and you'll see all of the different positions. Meanwhile, the prison stock I talked about, GEO, continues to swoon here. And US Steel is still ridiculously strong. Look at the alert, 1964, 2052. NMTR briefly took out that high. Trying to do it again, NMTR. It's a big float. All right, this is one that's moving higher with abnormal option volume. All right, there's MNTR now, just made a new high. William is probably chomping at the bit to short this one. No shorts. Okay. They are available at Interactive Brokers. How many? Okay, actually, quite a few. 234,000. Let's take a look at the SPY here. If I could go back 2 days, I don't think it's not going to show up well. Yeah. So remember this day. So this was Monday, I believe. Look at the SPY, the action when the market opened, straight down, not one green candle until, we got to about 1 o'clock. Well, I guess 11 or 12:15, I can't see. But look, it was straight down for 2.5 hours. And this is just the reverse. 6, 7, we're almost 2 hours now without a red candle on the SPY. So what should be working you know, if you were concentrating on them, would be bounce plays. And MTR guys over that psychological 150. Okay, guys, if you're in the FHN, be a little wary now. So far, nothing very exciting from the AI today. I am looking at one of them from the AI, the one that's under $20, and well, I guess there are two of them. The one that starts with the letter B, okay? So earning season, we're getting closer, guys. January 6th, so this week, the week of the 20th, January 20th. So the week of the 18th, we will be into earning season. We will get a lot of action. Alcoa, I know the banks kick it off that week also. Goldman Sachs and Citi and probably Wells Fargo, a lot of the big banks. How can you move the chart to the center? You mean what you see on the screen? I mean, obviously this is, I'm sharing this, so I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean, Peter. Ah, that's the one. No, I'm talking to myself. There was one window that I'm missing. And there you are. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know there were some earnings plays. Obviously, there are earnings plays every single week, but I consider when the banks, Alcoa, that really starts kicking it off. That's when we start to see 800 to 1,000 companies a week releasing earnings. And we get all sorts of earnings plays. But I see Column is an earnings play, for instance, today. SGH is an earnings play. SMPL is an earnings play today. I just want to move the candle bar to the center of the screen. Boy, I still don't quite understand what you mean. Are you talking about being able to zoom in and out like this on a chart? No, okay. I'm not sure I understand what you mean then. Sorry. You can maybe try to ask me in another way. Candle bar to the center of the screen. The candle bar. Here are candles on a chart. Guys, here's another one showing up. GLDD, GLDD. Great Lakes Dredge and Dock. Not a low float. Yeah, that is a big breakout. After last week, I mean, $14 down to 10, under 10. Looked like that was over. These topping tails don't look good for Anti. It's over for a while anyway. NMTR, guys. Yes, NMTR. No, I'm just looking. I don't see any recent news for it. Another one of those, though, that just is, come from out of nowhere, underneath $1, and then just continuing. As I said, guys, I'm more than interested now in that one from the AI under $20 that starts with the letter B. You do what you want. I'm just alerting you to that one. Yeah, I still have an alert set for V-Ray right up here. Just over $7. I think it's about $7.12 or so. Well, there's only one that starts with the letter B, Chris. So that's the one. That's the one I'm... B! That's B for Barry. Plus, there isn't one starting with the letter V. I just think that Mara and Riot have a much, much bigger following than, those other two. Yeah, they're just cheaper, and I just think that they just have a much bigger following. I mean, look at the... look at that. 0.36 relative volume. Look at Mara, 2.3 times normal. I mean, there's just, more people follow it. It's really that simple. Oh, I see. So you're talking about that bar here. You want to have a bigger gap? You can't do it. Okay? If that's what you're talking about, you want a bigger gap between that last bar and the y-axis? Okay, can't do it. Sorry. Now I understand. Why do you want that? I mean, I've never considered that as something that I would want. Dow 62, welcome. Okay. Yeah, you can't do it. Sorry. Well, optimum stop. I mean, you have a stop price there. I mean, I would not, personally, I would not let it get down there, but I mean, that is your stop price. How you figure it out is going to be up to you. I mean, I'd be looking at charts and looking where I see some support. If it breaks down through that support area. No, that's not the one. If you have the AI, listen, the reason I'm being cryptic about all this is that, people who pay for the AI, if I just displayed the AI all day long, why would anybody buy it? Okay, so that's why I'm cryptic. There's only one. So if you have the AI, there's only one that starts with the letter B. B for Barry. There's only one. Okay. Excellent. Nice to hear, Christopher, from the YouTube feed. Look at U.S. Steel. Man, oh man, oh man. What a great run it's been on. Even from 1964, it just had to take a... I mean, it's been almost straight up on the 15s. NMTR 142 got up to 164. A little bit of a pullback. That's the one I was looking to get on a pullback, and it didn't happen. So CX, I mean, look at the float in this one, 1.45 billion in the float. All right, that's why. I mean, it's up 11%. Can this stock go up 100%? Probably not with that in the float. Not that we can only look at stocks that go up 100%. Look at the run it's been on from $2. I mean, it's up to $6. We tend to sort of dismiss these sort of moves because, well, that's not that much. It's only triple. But we can get somewhat jaded when we see some of these other moves. Still have not seen a red bar for the SPY on the 15-minute chart. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're 2 hours in. We don't have another less than 6 minutes for this last bar to close. Now they are getting, well, the one before was pretty wide, but sort of a narrow bar. What a move. And everything is positive now. SPY up big. Dow is up big. NAS has recovered. Everything is positive. So I know there was a lot of conjecture that if, and I still don't know. I mean, we don't know. I guess the results, the official results from the Georgia Senate races, but a lot of conjecture. That if the Dems did win, that would really hurt the market. Well, so far that is not the case. Yeah, you know, I have no feeling for QS. Okay, I mean it's well, I guess I have a better feeling now. I mean, I know you asked yesterday, so I mean this is obviously in a recovery. You know, after the big getting slapped badly, especially from here to here, that big gap down, rested yesterday, and now it's above the highs of those days. So I mean, it's obviously in recovery mode. But it's out of the price range I trade. That's all. I mean, I just don't trade that price range. Just a personal preference. So before somebody asks me why, it's just a personal preference. On Friday, okay. So, you know, here's an example, you know, a big float, 217 million in the float for US Steel. Look at the nice move. So, one of the things, you know, and I probably should emphasize it more, is the support that we offer for this product, I think is probably exemplary. You have this trading room like this, 9 to 3 every, well, Monday to Friday, not every day. Somebody tried to get in on Saturday and wondered where I was. So anyway, Monday to Friday between 9 and 3, we have our Trade Ideas YouTube feed between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over. They are more swing traders than I am. We also have, you know, I mean, you can always start a live chat. You have problems with your account. Sometimes, you know, sometimes people ask me for certain strategies. I don't have it. I don't, you know, maybe it's more of a swing trading strategy. We have the other traders who are standing by. You can always ask them questions too. So we do try to support the product as best we can. It's not a matter of, you know, take the subscription and then, you know, bye bye. Okay, so Brent, do you have the AI? Do you have our premium service? I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Okay, so this is what I would do. Okay, I don't know how you're looking at the AI alerts, but from the toolbar I would click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. You'll see all of the AI alerts from all the different segments. Well, it's a long, but you may have not. You may be just on Holly Grail. You know, I mean, it should say strategy trades all. Okay, then you'll see all of the alerts as they come in. Yeah, you have the strategy trades window. All right, what version of Trade Ideas do you have? The only thing I can think of is that you have an older version of Trade Ideas, which used to just default, even if you it would only default to Holy Grail, and you'd have to do something like this: right click, segments, and check all. It defaults to all now. Okay, so if you have that window, then right click, segments, all. Okay, but you must be, if you don't see that, then you must be in an older version of Trade Ideas. I don't trade the VIX. I don't trade the VIX. No. Well, the Qs right here. I mean, that to me, you know, I'm not sure what. I'm not sure if it's DJIA or something. No, I can't remember. Let me see if I can dig it up, but I can't remember. You found it? Okay. And again, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Scotia iTrade. The what you I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know, but if you want to find out for sure, I mean, we link with many brokers. All right. Look at some. Wow. We link with many brokers. I mean, if you have trade ideas right now and you're wondering, or probably, I don't know if you're asking because, well, I'll take the program if it links, but we link with many, many brokers, and it's just a matter of following the instructions and that external linking tool. But this is what I would do. Bill, who is our linking expert, if you go to our homepage, if you go to our homepage, click on the homepage link, and hopefully you're going to, questions and answers. Just ask the question, do we link with Scotia iTrade? I just don't know, okay? Say we link with so many brokers that my guess is yes. Linking only meaning, when you click on the symbol, it loads in your order entry. That's all it is. Okay, let me see if I can dig that up. The symbols. Let's see, where am I going to find that? All right, I'm gonna have to go and check. Second. Check my tablet. I think it's here. I'm not 100% sure, but let me just see. All right, I got it. So I hit the post on that one. It's just so for the Dow, it's a dollar. Whoops. Dollar. Where are you? Dollar DJI. Okay. I thought it was A, and then for the comp, it's literal. It is just COMP. Okay. Give me a moment. I want to transfer that from my Pixel book. All right. All right. Okay, guys, so it's 11:34. I just want to make sure. I think it is Michael in the YouTube feed today, so I just want to make sure. I don't have that up anymore. That would probably be gapped up, and it's a reverse to a certain extent, but it's not reversing right now. But yeah, at a certain stage of the day, yes. All right, we have a red candle. Maybe. Ah, okay, my headset just died on me, so just give me a moment here. All right, I'm back. Grant, I don't know. I have no answer for that. Let me give you the link that I hand out to people who want to come into the room. I have no idea, but let me give you this link and see if that works for you. Okay. Well, hard for me to answer that. Best practice on creating and monitoring a list of stocks. It depends what you're looking for. You're looking for stocks that have a lot of room to move on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart. It's hard for me to answer. I don't think there's such a thing. I mean, some people want to see stocks near the lows, lifetime lows, maybe for bounces. I mean, it's too general a question. It depends what you're looking for. What about the trade of the week? The trade of the week is not triggered. 640. It came within 4 cents. When I create my watch list for you guys for the next day, most of the time, I mean, a couple of days ago, I put MIK on here, and I said yesterday, this might be a good swing trade for those of you inclined. Now does it work this well all the time? Of course not. But why was it on my watch list in the first place? Because it had room to move if it wanted to move. You're looking at the longer term time frames, as an example. But that may not, so I mean that's one way of creating a watch list, I guess. But okay, yeah. So it is Michael. So guys, I please listen to me. If you're interested in learning how a little more insight and how to use this Brokerage Plus window, plus your Interactor broker's account, and also, maybe auto trading and things like that, head over to the YouTube feed at noon. I will give you the link just before I go on break, because Michael Noss will be there, and he's our certified expert, okay? Completely up to you, Turco. The only reason it just won't count in the statistics that we've been compiling since April. We just said, listen, if it doesn't, because remember, we're getting into the trade and getting out of the trade on a Friday. So what we were saying is, okay, if it doesn't trigger Monday or Tuesday, for purposes of those statistics, we will not take the trade. But for all the reasons, if 640 happens tomorrow, or even today, it's still valid, I suppose. It's just for our purposes of this. We just said, if the trade of the week doesn't trigger a Monday and Tuesday, then it doesn't get counted in these stats. So again, just to go over this, if you took every single trade of the week from April the 1st on, and you put $10,000 into it, if it triggered, again, UAVS did not trigger Monday or Tuesday, so it would not be counted. But if it triggered and then you sold just before the market closed on Friday, and you did the same thing the following week, assuming it triggered, this is what would have happened. You would have started off with $10,000, and you'd be up about, it looks like about $27,000. Now, does this mean going forward exactly the same thing is going to happen? No, of course not. But this is what happened from April with all the trades of the week. All right, so here is a red bar. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We had 2 hours straight up, and now we have our first red bar. NMTR, guys, so I had the pullback, and now the pop. Big float, 134 million in the float. That's a huge, huge float for a $1 stock. I'm actually surprised it has volume or has options. Look at the option volume today, 12,800 times normal. 8 times normal. Sorry, 8 times normal. That's 800%. Okay, so the trade of the week is something that you can subscribe to. So if you go to if you can go to the subscription link right there, and click on my home page. And right here, you can subscribe to it. It's free service. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, around maybe 30 to 45 minutes before. Now, some people have a problem getting the email. I have no idea why. So if you do have a problem, of course, you can come into the room Monday morning before the market opens. I open the room at 9 o'clock, and we certainly discuss the trade of the week. You can also subscribe to my Twitter feed, which is very inactive. It's, you know, all I do in my Twitter feed, Monday morning, I will post the trade of the week. Every day, I'll post my pre-market movers, and then I'll also post my video. So you don't have to, I'm not going to tell you what I had for breakfast. Okay, guys, take this off topic, please. You're in the stocks only. Okay, take all that off topic. Okay, please listen to me. OC, well, Zach, you know. Take this off topic, okay? It's right there. That's why we have an off topic. This is stocks only. Oh man, that ODP. Yeah, I should have kept track of it. You know, I know I talked about it last week. It's something that could really start to move. Yeah, look at it. Wow. Nice. Okay, Rinka, what do you think? I'm going to turn that on to you. What do you think? What do you think? I mean, this is not an IPO. It's a simple name change. This is probably, but I mean, there's really no resistance. So I mean, so yes, it has room to move. But how far it's going to move, I mean, we don't know, but at least there's no chart resistance. But it's had, I'm surprised the float is this high. All right, guys, so what I want to do right now is I'm going to put the YouTube link into the room. So if you want, when I'm on a break, I take a break between 12 and 12:30. Okay, and you can head over to the YouTube feed and you can listen to Michael talk all about using Interactor Brokers and Brokerage Plus. You can probably ask him about auto trading, things like that. Okay, all the things I don't do. At bbroon44. Again, it's very, very inactive. Yeah, I appreciate the comment. Easy, chef. Yeah, I mean there's a lot you can learn, but you know I keep my trade ideas. What I use trade ideas for are very simple. All right. I mean I'm a very simple user of trade ideas. You know, I mean, this is a very simple scan. This is, simple. I don't get too complex with all the filters and well, especially the filters. Because I think people can, they can get overwhelmed. They look and they look at all the filter or all the alerts that we have, and they go, "Oh my gosh, how do I use them all? All the filters we have, how do I use them all?" Well, the bottom line is you don't have to use them all. We have them here a la carte because there are different sorts of traders out there. So we tried to create a big enough menu for people to select from because there are all sorts of different trading styles. All right, my little letter B one from the AI is starting to work a little bit here. I didn't get in right at the entry. That's why I know I'm talking to myself, but I had two different music channels coming at me. Finally figured it out. No, you haven't lost me. All right, guys, so getting set to take my break. No, I just don't talk 100% of the time. Believe it or not, this is not the radio. Oh, it's all over the place, Kaiser. I have Sirius XM, so I'm all over the place. Yeah, through the computer, yeah. So I have music piped in all day long through my headset. I can hear my sound alerts. Otherwise, it would be deadly. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, I mean, the prudent thing, I mean, I can't imagine they'd say no for IPOC, but next on my list definitely is going to be the IPOD. I'm just going to take a few and see what happens.
Okay, everyone. Let me know if you guys can hear me here. Just getting everything all geared up. Um, all right, I heard myself there, so that's good enough. And then let's just go on to the desktop right here. And all right, I see that. Do I see that on the stream? I see that on the stream. So that looks good as well. 720p. Oh no, okay. So you can turn it to 1080. That's good. Bit of a quality snob. All right, guys. So now that you can hear and see me, just go through my initial little speech that I do every time, where basically, if you guys, if it's your first time here, you just showed up for the room. Essentially, we just give Barry a little bit of time off. You know, take a nice, knead it, stretch his legs, walk around, grab a sandwich, and we actually open up an entire hour to asking questions about trade ideas. So the beauty of one thing that I think that Trade Ideas does that is very, very rare for other software providers is giving us a whole, a whole hour every single day to Q&A, mainly about trade ideas and the software, but you can go through and you can ask us whatever you want within reason, obviously, and we'll answer that. So you get not only one trader a day with Barry, you get two traders a day, because whoever shows up at this lunchtime is a trader as well. And that's something just to know about trade ideas is pretty much everyone you come in contact with, minus, account reps or devs or stuff like that. We're all traders and we trade. So I've been trading for about 15 years. I started and I've had my first Trade Ideas account since 2006. So I've been using the software since then. Just so you know, I'm more of an algorithmic kind of a swing trader. And I'm also responsible for doing a lot of the AI type things, right? Where I'm building some of the strategies and building out some of the more logic, but not a dev, just more of, I guess I'm the community math nerd would be the best way to word it. So that's me, and that's what we're here for. So please ask questions. Something I always say the whole time too is that we basically have nothing prepared, in which, again, everyone who's here is a trader and we do other stuff. So if you have questions, for sure, ask away, because it will save me kind of waffling on about the market. So one thing that's cool that we just are testing, and I'm testing it here today, but I thought I would leave it on for you, is we are actually testing the integration with TrendSpider. So these charts here are TrendSpider charts. If you haven't heard of them before, they're a newer on the block kind of kid, but they're coming up with some pretty cool charts and some pretty cool things here. So we're just building in the ability for TrendSpider clients, if they want to use Trade Ideas, we can link our softwares together so you can use their charts and our scans if that's something that interests you. So I'll just leave that up while we're playing. It'd be good to see the score in B+. Well, the beauty of that, again, is you can just go into any single stock window and you can just add the score in here. And then any stock that you click on, you'll see the score right there, right? So if I go on BCRX and I click, I see a score of 78. You can also do it another way, where if you grab any sort of window, you can go in and actually use the My Holdings tab, and you can say, I want to only look at my holdings. And what this will do is it will pull that data from Brokerage Plus, and then you can add whatever columns you are in here. I know, but I want Brokerage Plus to be my one and only window. But again, if you just took right? So if I sort this by symbol and I sort this by symbol, right, they'll line up, and I could just, so yeah, you could just do that, right, if that's what you really want. But just to let you know, we have no intention in just building out an infinite amount of columns into Brokerage Plus. It's just not, the best use of the time when it comes to things that we got on the go, because we've got a lot on the go. So I would look into one of those workarounds if you're trying to get that done. It'll be the same result. It's just a little bit different. Oh, Bill's excited for the Trend Spider. Yeah, so let me show you. Now this is going to be, I'm testing it internally, and usually when I'm testing something internally, it will go to you guys fairly soon, but you can do this external linking, and what you'll notice is that there's a Trend Spider dropdown that will be added in the next beta. So when you click on that and that will be unclicked, you'll be good to go. And that's all there is to it. So if I go through and I click on Tesla, then away we go. Now, one thing you will notice if you do this, then you, I need to get rid of this somehow. Still learning their stuff as well, playing around with it. It takes a second to populate, just because Trend Spider has this kind of autocomplete function, right? So if I type in Apple, you see how it takes kind of a second to, or no, I should do that correctly, right? AAPL takes a second to correct. So for us to compensate for this thing that they've got where it auto-completes, you'll just notice that there's kind of like a half a second lag of clicking something as well. Like that kind of thing. Great charting, Trend Spider. Can it be used with Thinkorswim? You'll have to talk to Trend Spider about that, right? We don't, we don't link. I'm trying to see, can it be used with TOS? So I don't know if Trend Spider and TOS can be linked, but eventually when we build in the functionality for Thinkorswim in Brokerage Plus, you could trade through Brokerage Plus to Thinkorswim and then use Trend Spider's charts. Like, these are all of my interactive broker positions right now. Right, here's, these are my positions within IB, and I'm using interactive brokers for execution. I'm using trade ideas for scanning and for auto trading, and then I'm using Trend Spider for charting. So that's kind of the system that I've got on the go. I hope that makes sense. But is it possible to do a custom formula that tells me if the score is greater than the previous alert? No. There's no way to look up the score within custom formulas back in time. But if you had an alert window that was firing off alerts and you added the score as a column to that, it would show you at the time. So let me show you that. Let me actually just shrink that for a second. So if I do, a new alert window, and let's just say I'm going to do like, I don't know, yeah, whatever's there, and I just add that column for score, I can go through and do that. But note, the score is not going to change an insane amount intraday anyway. Most of what it's derived off of is longer term daily data, so it's only going to go through. But yeah, if I go through and I look at all this history today, you can see, right, SPI, the score was 63 here, and it was 63 here, and it was 63 back here, it was 63. So it's probably been 63 all day. It'll only change maybe a point or two during the day. Yeah, it was 63 here at the beginning of the day. So you could do that, and you could look up the history that way, but there's no way to do a custom to say, it's higher today than it is later. eventually I'm looking to be able to, we're coming out with kind of a score 2.0 that may be interesting from there. So question of how do I read charts and momentums? That is a massive question that would take hours and hours to answer. I will suggest taking a look at my intro course that I did with my wife, Jessica, which is a free course that we did for everybody online to teach them how to teach her in particular how to trade from scratch. So the first lesson is what is a stock, and then we go through technical analysis from there. But just so you know, how to read a chart, like a technical analysis course, could take kind of 3 years plus. Myself, right, I have a certain number of patterns that I look for, and I've built those into a written trading plan. I've tested that trading plan. So I don't really just look at a chart and try to guess what's going to happen next. In fact, no trader I know that is successful does it that way. It's more of, I have this set up, this pattern, this style. Let me look or build a scan to look for those. And then if it doesn't conform with that style that I'm looking for, I just kind of ignore it entirely is a better way to kind of look at it. But basics of chart reading, I would check out that. We go through trend and candlestick setups and all of that kind of different things from there. I hope that makes sense. So question of the unusual options activity scan. Let me go to the unusual options activity channel, and we'll figure out which scan you're chatting about. But basically what it's looking for, if it's the same one that I'm thinking of, it's got to be here somewhere. Trade the gaps, lowest winners, gap down, defense, financials, ETFs, unusual options. Here we go. Okay, so the unusual options, so there's a couple here. Option volume plays. So basically what this is looking for is stocks that have, and they're colored differently. So let me actually bring this down. So this kind of black is going to be stocks that have 200% normal volumes. This light green is going to have stocks that are 300% normal. And this one here, this orange, is 150%. So basically what it's looking for, how Trade Ideas does this math. Oh, Nike on the move. Just hit my price alert. Basically what we do is we don't have the individual options in the individual chain, but we sum up the entire chain. So say there was 1,000 options total traded across the entire chain yesterday, and then today there is 2,000, right? It would just be double the amount. So it would go through and say, okay, that's a 200% increase in options. And kind of the main reason people use this is they look for the theory being that the bigger money trades options, right? Us stock traders are little guys, right? In the grand scheme of things, right? There's a saying that little guys trade stocks and bigger guys trade options, and the biggest guys trade forex. Countries trade forex. So the options chain, right? The theory being that if there's maybe not a lot of extra volume, like regular share volume going on in the stock, but there's a whole bunch of extra option volume, then what you could do is you could say, okay, that maybe there is somebody there that knows something who's taking a big bet. So what these are looking for is that. And then the other thing that we can compare as well is the call put volume, right? So for example, this top list here is looking for ones that are up. It's filtering by things that have changed in 10 minutes. So it needs to have an up move in the last 10 minutes to make it. And then it's looking at this put call ratio. And you can see these numbers right here are really, really low, where if the one below it, it's the same. It's filtered by things that are moving in 10 minutes, but the put call ratio is very, very high. And the theory being that, if everybody is buying puts, maybe they know something about something that's going on. Like maybe they know, okay, there's a news event coming out, or basically people are taking a large bearish bet, and you can see that large bearish bet, and you could either decide to go with them or to fade them. Down here, this is just sorting the things that are doing the craziest amount of volume when it comes to options. So MBT, for example, is doing 90,000 times. No, 90,000%. So that would be 9,000 times or 900 times. Someone help me with the math. A bunch more than normal volume. The interesting thing about that is that it's only doing about 150% normal volume on a relative volume basis, but it's doing a whole bunch of options volume. And you can see all that right here, where you've got, 1.5% relative volume, but then a crap ton of options volume. Now, this could have just been one sweep. I don't know if this would have been on here like this at the beginning of the day, but you could see what happened. And then you can also take a look at the put call ratio, right? Where a put call ratio of 1 to 2 kind of makes sense, but a put call ratio of 33,000 to 1 basically means all of this option volume was bought with puts. So someone is just buying puts like crazy on this. So you may look at that and say, well, this is, generally speaking, in a nice uptrend on the daily, and someone's loading up on puts. So maybe they know something. You could kind of go from there. And, kind of the opposite here, where you could say, okay, this one's moving up and people are still putting a lot of puts on it. Right. So that's mainly what our options kind of area does there. But just note, it's the entire chain as opposed to the individual strikes and individual expiry dates and things like that. It's summing up the entire chain. Let's go back to here. Good. Okay. So I hope that answered anything. If you still have any questions, certainly let me know about that. So question from Jason: isn't there something with the amount of puts and the bid ask that leans more towards bearish and bullish? I would say that there isn't going to be anything definitive there, because if there was, it would be kind of worked out of the system. Well, that ions looks interesting for a swing. Oh, go back here. Go back. What was that? Ions right here. That's kind of interesting. I may take a look at that. Just nice, like, orderly pullback into this prior support right here. And it's putting in a little inside, little tiny candle. So I'll watch this. If it closes like this, I may take a move on that tomorrow. I've had really good success doing some swing trading on Holly's trades recently. But yeah, if there was a combination of bid-ask volume with options, right, that would be something that someone could build a bot on it, and it would just be worked out of the market, right? So just be careful of any, does this mean this? Maybe, maybe it does sometimes, but it just wouldn't always. So another question of customs. Let me send you over the custom formula video. You won't be able to do that with customs either, but a lot of questions with customs. So I would take a look at this video that I did, and it shows you, AJ, exactly where all of the data is. So if we go, let me actually bring it up so I can show you. Because the beauty of it is there's nothing hidden, right? We present you with everything that you can do with custom formulas right in the website here, and then you can kind of just take it from there. So if you go to custom formulas down here, right? So you go to your account page and you go to custom formulas, and you scroll down to the bottom of this page, and this is all covered in that video I sent you to. If you open up this document, this help document, and this filter codes, if you can see it here, you can reference it. If you can't see it here, you can't reference it, right? So these are, you can get the current value of these, and then you can go through here, and if you can reference anything within this document as well, you can build a custom off it. But if it's not here or here, then you can't do anything with it. And that's kind of the summary there, right? So you could do something with the insiders today, but you can't like go, for example, and say, well, I want to know what this filter was, 2 days ago or whatever, right? Again, it has to be here or here, and you'll be able to grab anything that you kind of see there, right? So, right, for example, if you wanted the standard deviation, you could do that. But if you wanted the standard deviation 3 days ago, well, it's not listed here, so you can't. And that's the easiest way to look at customs. Question on backtesting. When you backtest an alert, what parameters in the summary tab? Or do you mean, let's just grab something, let's see. Just run a back test so we get that tab. So I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, by the summary you kind of mean this area up here. Let me actually get my Epic pen. Epic. All right, so again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume you mean these numbers here. Ooh, that's ugly. Make that, and make it smaller, and then do it again. Like this, right? Yeah, that stuff. Well, really, to be honest, this is the only number that I personally care about, and it's kind of the only number I suggest everyone caring about. So profit factor essentially is, so take all of your winners and sum them up, and then take all of your losers and sum them up. So say you had one trade that made you $2, and one trade that made you $1, and one trade that made you $5, right? And those were all your winners. You had 3 winners on this strategy. So you had $8 worth of winners. And then say you also had 3 losers, and they were, I don't know, you're risking $2 a trade, right? So each of them you lost $2 on. So you lost $6. I should have done the math easier. Oh well, no, you had 2 trades. I just had my first coffee today, guys, so leave me alone. I'm a little sleepy, but that's okay. So, right? So all of your winners, you sum them up and they equaled $8. And then all of your losers, you sum them up and they equaled $4. So you have a profit factor of 2, right? So it means for every losing trade, right, for every dollar, I guess you lose is a better way to put it, you make $2. And that's great, right? So the beauty of what profit factor does is you can see that this strategy has a really high profit factor, even though its win rate is less than 50-50. And it's because the average risk reward is good. So profit factor ends up kind of combining these two numbers together to output here. So it gives you a great value to say, is this good or not? So a profit factor of 1 would mean a break-even strategy. It means for every dollar you make, you lose a dollar as well. So anything that's kind of 1.5 and above is something that I would be interested in trading, because it means that, I'm okay spending a dollar, and that's how I look at losing trades. I look at a losing trade as if I'm, if I was running a store, or if I was running a restaurant or something, I'm going to have expenses. And for me, my losing trades are my expenses. But I just want to make sure that for every expense that I have, or for every dollar that I lose, that I'm profiting somewhere else. And that's what a profit factor will tell you. I'll say that if you ever get to a profit factor of 5, even if you get, let's even say 4, if you start getting to a profit factor of 4 or 5, that's going to be a curve fitting type of a thing, right? It's one of those that if the number is too low, it's right. If it's close to 1 or below 1, you're obviously not going to be interested in it at all, because it's no longer profitable. But if it starts getting to the 4, 5, 6, I've seen profit factors of 10. Then you should start to look at that scan and say, okay, there's probably something. Either I've hacked the matrix, which you haven't, but either you figured something out, you broke something in the trading world, or there's some sort of curve fitting, or you didn't account for your liquidity enough, or something like that. So be wary of that. And the reason I focus on profit factor is because I'm very much a proponent of win rate doesn't matter. I always, if I ever have a trader come up to me and ask if someone comes up to me and asks me about my win rate, I assume that that's a new trader, because it doesn't matter, right? As you can see, this strategy has a 2.5 profit factor. So for every $1 I lose on this strategy, I make $2.50. In the long run, that's a great strategy. And again, you can see the equity curve here. It's got some dips and some pullbacks, and just like any trading strategy. But overall, it's a good strategy with a low win rate. So a profit factor kind of ignores the focus that a lot of new traders have on this, hey, all I care about is win rate, all I care about is win rate. Because of these two numbers, which is really all there is in trading, is how much are you right, and then how much do you make versus how much you risk. This is kind of the only thing that you have any control over at all. And it's the only thing that you can improve through position management and trailing stops and that type of thing. So, if you have to focus on one thing, I would focus on profit factor. If you want to dive into that formula and focus on one of these two, you're going to be way better served focusing on this, because any trader that tells you that they're more than 66% accurate is probably not being honest. But it doesn't. The beauty of our business, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if you are right, 80% of the time or 40% of the time. What really matters at the end of the day is that profit factor number. So for me, that's where every time I load up a scan, every time I load up a back test, I look at the profit factor, and then I actually don't even look at the equity curve. I'm more in this screen because this screen's going to tell me my distribution of profit, where you could have an equity curve that just looks like that and looks beautiful, but that could all happen on a single day. Where I want to make sure that in a strategy that I'm getting, a handful of trades a week, and that on average, these winning days are way larger than these losing days. And then I just know if I have as many winning days as losing days, then eventually, over the long run, I'll make money. Like right now, this is our drawdown period because we've had a bunch of losing days in a row, only a couple little tiny winning days, but now it looks like we may be coming out of that drawdown. And then there was periods of time like this where a lot of the money was made, where we had these little tiny drawdowns and then a couple big winners. So again, I'm not focused at all on win rate. I don't care about win rate. Win rate doesn't pay me. It's just kind of how much I make at the end of the day that I care about. So I hope that helps. That's one of those that there's kind of, it's up to you. There is no right or wrong answer, but it is important that you've got your eyes on the right thing, which is at the end of the day, it's profit, right? And that's the difference between when I notice good traders and bad traders is that good traders are focused on that end number, and then the bad traders focus on how often can I be correct. So all right, I think I cleaned up all the questions. If I missed someone, let me know, right? Okay, next question. Again, keep the questions coming, guys. It makes it go faster for me because I'm just chatting with you and I don't have to make up any content. And again, you guys, I really do think what Trade Ideas is doing here is special, where you get to sit down with a trader and pick our brain about how we use the software, any questions with the software, our own trading. What you're looking at right now, this is my real accounts. There's 2 accounts in here, and this is my real, each of these trades are real and done with real money. So yes, that helps. Would you automate the alert in the example? Yeah, I do automate that system. Now, what I do a lot of myself. Hey, Mike C. The Iris, no, I can't share those. They have customs in them, though. I don't think they would meet your written trading plan. Anyway, they're all swing trades. So you can automate alerts, and I do, but more what I like to do nowadays, as opposed to just completely automating the alert, is pulling tickers out of the alert. So for example, the one I showed you, and I can tell you guys what it's about, and it's hard to build. You just need to know a little bit about customs, which I posted a video above that would teach you how to use it. But the essential strategy is looking for a stock that's pulling back and puts in a little doji and then breaks that doji. That's the basis of it. And actually, I'm doing a New Year's resolution where I'm trying to get rid of even this little there. I'm trying to clean my charts entirely. I got to go through all of my layouts and do it. Volume, I definitely want gone, and that I want gone, and I'll keep view app. Just a New Year's resolution for me, right? I've only ever used one moving average, and I want to get rid of that too. So what I'll like to do, for example, in this example where I'm looking for a stock to pull back and put in a doji and spike, well, I'll use the back test to tell me, is that a profitable strategy? Is the idea that I have one that makes sense? And if so, then I want to go back in time right? And I want to scan for those dojis, right? Because it's kind of hard to explain because it's kind of like timeline, right? So, right, this is yesterday and then this is today, right? So the alert window is running off of today. And it proves to me that the strategy that I built is profitable over the long run. So what I want to do is I want to build a scan that rewinds this and goes into yesterday and just looks for dojis. And you can do that by, let me just modify, let me grab this. We actually have these symbol lists for, if you go into your symbol list tab and you go down to daily, you can see we have doji, dragonfly doji, gravestone doji, hammer, all these classical candlestick patterns. So then what I will do is, now that I know that the idea is one that's profitable, I scan each night and I say, okay, what do I think of the ones that are setting up and have the potential to trigger, back to our timeline, right? So the alert window is triggering here today. So what I do is I go through, and this is yesterday, I go through the night before and I look for any stock that has the potential to trigger the next day. I filter those down by the ones that I think are going to work the best. So for example, this RGNX came through that same scan today, but I don't really like this one because it hasn't really gotten anywhere interesting to me. So I would ignore this one. And what I'll do is I will add the ones that are interesting to a symbol list, and then I can put those in Brokerage Plus to be traded for me. So basically, I'm scanning for the symbols that I think have the best potential the next day, and then I'm telling Brokerage Plus to trade those. It may make sense, may not. Curious, do they still have the support hour starting at 9 a.m. Pacific? I don't know what time that is in Eastern. Is that what's going on right now? So I think that's what's going on right now. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. That's more or less how I like to do it, because what I find is that robots are good for execution. For me anyway, robots are really good at execution. But what they're not the best at is things like context, right? So for example, this strategy that I have right here is basically just a symbol list looking at things that I found. So CLVS, for example, I added this to this scan yesterday because I saw this kind of tightening formation that was going on here, and with a 30% short float, figured, right? So I did all of that analysis last night, and then I just added it to a symbol list, and you can see that it's just by clicking this heart right here, my like symbol, and it will spit those out. So anything in this light teal are things that I added last night, and I could tell the system to trade for me. Now, as you guys can see, I am already very long, so I don't have it buying any more positions for me today. Just, I get to a point where I'm like, okay, I'm comfortable. Let me just manage what I have. But then I'll continue to do that exercise of scanning and adding symbols and scanning and adding symbols, just in case something occurs that I'm, I liquidate a position and then I want to turn the robot back on to fill that void. But again, with how I am now, I'm fine with everything that's going on. And I just, I figure I already got, if you look at this, you can tell I already have enough to manage. So I don't want to spend a lot of time adding more positions on to manage. But again, that's the way I trade. Someone else may want to get fully algorithmic and fully in that world and want the robot to take care of everything, and they can do that. I'm just taking a look. Mike C, what's going on? Can you not hear me, Mike C? Can everyone else hear me? What just popped up and triggered? Was it Funko? Yeah, it was Funko, I think. No, that was a bit ago. Something triggered. SRNE? Something popped. So, questions, guys. We got another 20 minutes. So, unless you want to hear me waffle on about random stocks, fire away. We can take some time and go through my watch list. Here's kind of my watch list here of what I'm looking at. This GSM looks kind of interesting. This big kind of rounded bottom, and now it's perking up. ARRY, this is a new IPO. I think I was watching this one because of the anchored VWAP from the beginning. Yeah, it's well above that. AMKR, that's already, I'm going to have to remove all these from this list. I think they may have moved too much. Box is interesting with this tightening. We've got this kind of falling wedge that's happening here. So what I'm looking for on this one is a break above this kind of trend line. See if we could continue and maybe pop up to around 20 there. But okay, so we've got a question. What does a smart stop mean in Brokerage Plus? So the smart stop, let's add it. It's right here. It's also right here on this as well. Right in this area. And you'll see, let me change to some symbols. You'll see it changes slightly based off of this symbol. Right? You see it moving here. So essentially what the smart stop does is it basically calculates expected volatility based off the most recent volatility, right? So where say the stock normally in a couple 15-minute interval moves $1 or 86 cents on this, for example. What it's basically saying is that this is a decent, if you're trying to risk many, many times less than 86 cents on the stock, you're probably not giving it enough room. And if you're trying to risk, a few times more than it, you're probably not giving it enough room. So or you're giving it too much room. So it's just trying to give you an estimate of how much the stock moves, wiggles around on any given day, and kind of go from that. So I hope that makes sense. But yeah, it's kind of like it's just an estimate of what we think would be a logical stop, right? So if you're going to trade GSM, right, you may be able to get away with a 6-cent stop because it's at 176, and a 170 would be right here. And then on something that's, a little bit wilder, do I have anything that's super wild here? Probably this is the biggest, ARRY. This moves around, right, from here down to here is $1.50. So it's just saying how much does this normally move. How does B Plus handle stock splits? Well, it's important to note Brokerage Plus doesn't handle anything. It's an interface to Interactive Brokers right now, and it'll be an interface to other brokers. So it's just reflecting what's happening with the broker. So however your broker would handle it, normally what it does is it just splits there's no P&L impact for a stock split. So there's really not much to do. Say there's a 2-for-1 stock split. It's okay. Well, now you have double the shares and they're worth half the value, and you move on with your day. The thing that you should check with your broker before you start trading is what happens to your stop loss. Now, Interactive Brokers, I'm fairly sure, I don't know if I've ever held anything through a stock split, to be honest, but I think they're smart enough where they just double. If you had 200 shares and it's a 2-to-1 stock split, you now have 400 shares at half of the value. So your P&L hasn't changed one lick. And they're usually smart enough to go through, okay, let's make his stop loss order reflect that new share size and the new price. That would be, if I was holding something through a stock split, that's what I would check. I would go through and say, okay, did my my stop orders actually reflect the way I would expect them to? For some reason, I was hearing Barry's voice, but I see the digressions. That's weird. So yeah, YouTube was being a bit weird there, Mike. Maybe it was maybe you were hearing like the recording, or maybe you were back in time or something. Um, in the trade strategy configuration tab, what is the configure button? That's just how you configure that particular strategy. So let me open up, let's get, so I have that positions tab up, but let me actually get the brokerage plus module, and let me go into this one. So this configure button is just going to be the alert window, right? So here's all the filters and the alert I have. If I wanted to go and change that, I could do that. Now, the collaboration feature is something that we have in everywhere in Trade Ideas, where if I go right click and collaborate, it gives you this link right here, this big kind of long link. And what this link represents is basically all of the filters and everything. So those are two ways to get your strategies into Brokerage Plus. I don't suggest using either of those. Iris, just like I said before, the scan cannot be shared as it has custom formulas in it. And that's the same as it was. Now, what I suggest doing to get your strategies into Brokerage Plus is first you save them as a alert window in the cloud, and then if you right click inside of the strategies tab, let's actually grab that, then you can just click load from cloud. And the best way of, the reason I suggest doing that load from cloud as opposed to the configure collaborate is that means you have it in your cloud, so that if later something happens or your computer crashes or whatever, it's in the cloud. You can just go grab it later. Like I had a computer crash, not a computer crash. I upgraded my system a couple months ago, and I was just happy that I could just load everything from the cloud and get right back to work. So I wouldn't spend too much time on those. I would use the cloud function. You just, stuff happens with computers, right? Every now and then something could explode or turn off or something, and that creates a bit of a problem. Yeah, Mike. The pops are definitely working, and Idris, I if you need me to help you build a scan, that's fine. But I have noticed that you come in, and I'm worried that you think that a scan is what you need to be a successful trader, and I will tell you that it's not the case, right? The best traders out there will be profitable without the ability to have a scanner. So I think instead of taking scanners that you see and trying to adopt them, you should really, really have that written trading plan set up. And why don't you do this? You can email into support and just CC me, and send me your full trading plan, the one that you sat down and you've wrote. It should be 5-6 pages long. I'm sure you've done all this work already. And it says I'm going to enter a stock when it does this for this reason. I'm going to take my profits here, my stop here, and we'll see what we can do to build that trading plan. But what you definitely don't want to do, and I'm saying this for your benefit as a trader, is to look at what someone else is doing in a scan they have and say, I want to do that, because it's not, as someone who's traded for 20 years, that's not going to be the way to go about doing it, right? Again, the scan is the tool, is the hammer in which to build the house. The without schematics of what you want to build in your house, you're not going to build a good house if you just get the tool and you don't get the plan behind the tool, right? I could give you, again, I can't share these because the customs, but even if I could, you wouldn't know how I would interpret them, right? So, get us that written kind of PDF of the trading plan and kind of go from there. If you hold overnight with a stop set good to cancel, does the stock execute the stop at the open of the next day? If it's past the stop price, yeah. So if I put a stop, good to cancel stop on array right here, or let me just move this. Say it's like right here, and array opens down here tomorrow, then yeah, it will send out a stop order and I'll get filled at whatever that price is. And that's just the mechanics of the market, because stop orders can't trigger in the after hours or pre-market. I'm sure you know that, but there may be someone who doesn't. So yeah, if my stop order is at this price and we open down here, I'm going to get triggered down here, of course, right? It'd be great if I could get triggered up there. But yeah, that will trigger the moment the market is open and it's below the price. So be careful, right? One thing that I do each morning before the market opens is I scan through my positions and I look to see, is there anything that's going to open past my stop loss? And then what should I do? And that should be written in your trading plan. For me, my trading plan has the first 15-minute rule. So say I'm long array here and I have a stop right here, but we open way down here tomorrow. My trading plan states to cancel that stop, wait for the first 15 minutes to go by, and then put my stop at the low of that first 15-minute candles, kind of thing. Can you view the previous day's close in the single stock window? Yeah, you can. Now that's going to take a custom. So again, I'm going to post that custom video again here, like this. So there's the. Oh. Like that. So there, you'd have to add it as a custom formula, but as I showed AJ there, you just need to, where is this? You just need to go to Trade Ideas, and then you can go into your login and custom formulas, and let's actually just make this one on the fly. So what you would do is you'd say, okay, well, you want it previous day's close. So let's go into the help doc, and we're just going to search for close, right? Most recent close. That's yesterday's close or today's close. So if I want that value, I would just grab this formula right here, and I would go, you'll see a button down here on your accounts page that says new. I don't have that because I've tapped out all the formulas, but I'll just edit something real quick. And if I put that formula, if I put this formula that just says most recent closed, so if I just put in most underscore recent underscore close, and then I call that something like yesterday's close, and then I save that, I'm on the right account, right? So that, see, that's saved. Now, if I go back to my platform, and I'll just configure this, and I will go into close, and just search for that, and you can see my custom formula should be yesterday's closed. So if I show that column, if I did that right, it should be 4191 on array, which it was. You can see the close kind of right up here when I hover over it. So that gives me that number of 4191. Let's go to what GSM, and that close was 171, and you can see 171 here. So it takes a bit of, and that's what you can do with customs, right? And that may answer some of AJ's questions, is that's the benefit of customs, is I can take any piece of data that's currently in the system and reference it. But if it's not there, you can't just pull it up with customs, unfortunately. All right, guys. So I actually have to take off just a minute or two early here because I have a call to step on. And Walt, I do have strategies enabled. I'm actually just going to point you, because I apologize, I do have to take off for another call here. I'm going to point you to my YouTube channel, which is right here. I actually do a lot of content about automated strategies and that kind of thing. You'll be able to see a lot of it there. I'll go check that out, and I will see you guys next Wednesday. Again, apologies for ducking out a minute or two early, but I've got to make this other call. So everyone kind of trade safe out there, and be safe.
On the 15-minute. And nothing like scary big either. I mean, you don't, I mean, it's great when you're in a trade, you see a big wide candle, but it runs the risk of having a big pullback. They kind of scare it. They kind of get scared or scare you out of the trade. I mean, this is just really, really just beautiful. I will agree with you on the Beyond Meat. The one that I liked was the other one. I don't know if it's public. Can't remember what it's called. Impossible Meat or something like that. I liked it way more than Beyond Meat. All right, guys, it is now time for me to do my video. So I'll have to just keep an eye on the one that I'm in from the AI. So I'll get the announcement in. CMC, boy, I'm really, if you didn't take my moving higher with unusual options, you might want to take it and take a look at it tomorrow. You're getting some really interesting ones from it. I mean, there's a CMC, looks a lot like the Steel X. And as always, if you want to subscribe to the videos that I do, hopefully you've come to the right place, Big Papa B. And there goes XNet. Yes. Well, I'll make up my mind later on today. I mean, if this is going to move, I'm not in it for, 10, 20 cents. I'm sure GKK is in it for multiple. So I'll make up my mind. I don't think for me, there's no massive rush. Nice volume has come in. So again, if you want to follow my video, just click on my homepage link. And there it is. Recap video. Okay, everything is free here, of course. So I do my video, usually a couple hours after I finish it, it gets sent out. All right, I will just a second. I will put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, just taking a look, see if I've any questions I may have missed while I was gone. That was an X. See, well, wait a minute. Let me just see here. No, X did not show up on that one. CMC did. Of course, X showed up on my watch list. X did not show up because I have a very aggressive option volume today percent. So yeah, it's trading 2.7 times normal, but I have my filter is 5 times normal. Okay, so that's why it would not show up. Here is the scan. Okay, there's the scan. Abnormal options. Don't get too many. I think yesterday I only had one, but not too many because I've put some very, very tough filters. You know, I mean, I've got, excuse me, this is it. I mean, it has to be 5 times normal, 2,000 contracts minimum. You know, 500,000 shares. Current volume is 3, so it's trade. So all these things make it so that you're not going to get too many alerts, but that's okay. You and your Tesla. How did QS end up doing? Wow, I mean these are so. I mean, look at this. I mean, there's a $7 drop, $8 drop. Just in these, you know, I mean, it's tough holds. And also, you know what, guys, this could be really heading down because there's a green bar ignored. Look on the 5-minute chart for QS, a green bar ignored. There's that red candle, green candle, totally engulfed by the previous red candle, plus a topping tail. You know, I mean, the buyers were desperate, but you know, the seller. I mean, they closed it here, but now the sellers look like they're in control again. That is a red bar ignored. 2 red candles, green candle, totally engulfed by the previous red one. Next candle is red. You get a trigger if that candle moves below the low of that green candle, which would have been 69.50. I mean, does it always? So the idea is that you've got a downtrend, a pause in the downtrend continues. Now I see some support right around here, maybe on that 5-minute chart around 67.30. So about $1.50 away. You know, even this, excuse me, I know this was an AI alert earlier, GNLN. The AI, I don't mind talking about it now. It was at 525. It, um, it got out here at 561 because of a target being hit. And as I always say, I mean, at that point, that wouldn't have been bad, you know, to take some off. It did dip, but I mean, it still looks like it's active. More importantly, look left on that monthly chart. I mean, this could start to be a multi-day runner. You know, I had a bit of a pullback the last few weeks, but look, this is today, I believe. Yeah, this is just today's action. You know, right there. So I mean, take a look, look left. So people ask all the time, I mean, can the AI be used for swing trading? Well, anything can be used for swing trading. You know, any one of these could be swing trades if you look left on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart and you see room. You know, then it's up to you. I mean, it's up to you if you're the type of person that likes to swing trade. Yeah, you can go ahead. But I mean, take a look at this one as an example. When you look left, the next high looking left is 635. Now that's not that far away, really. But if you look the long, like you know, the more the fantasy area of 18, I mean, there's no telling what this might do. Take a look at it on the weekly chart. And the next high looking left is 605. So that's the next high. So I mean, if it can clear 605, then it has, you know, a legitimate shot to this area. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's way up at 9. So I mean, these are just things to look at. You know, but for whatever reason, I don't know what this is. This is not a rolling papers. There we go. So this is a cannabis play. This is a cannabis play. All right. And vape. Okay. I didn't realize that. Okay, one moment, please. Okay. There is a big red candle for the GNLN. I know some of you were talking about U1. And here's a U1K. What is a U1 doing? Difficult intraday traders. I mean, look at this big spike, pull back, moving higher, very low float. Aha! NVCN guys, keep an eye on it. This was very active a few days ago. It got, I know it's a real cheap one, 21 million in the float. Is this a? I don't know what they do. It doesn't look like it's a cannabis play, but more importantly, take a look. Look left. So what's the high there? High there is 114. High there, 114. High there, 113. High there, 110. High there, 112. High there, 114. See the pattern? This is now, and there's the 200-day. That's far enough away. That's $2. I mean, this could get really interesting. I mean, it is. The volume is picking up. It is trying to break out NVC, and I know some of you like these cheaper ones. So, this was the really important level. You see all those levels that when it tried several times to get through that 114, 115. Now, has it cleared it? Not yet. I mean, it's 116. So let's just see. 117. COVID, okay. All right, guys. Well, that could be interesting. NVCN, and just watching to see how well it holds this area, this 114, 115 area. Like to see some volume just pop it right through, little base, and then start to move. Okay, there goes Cron. There goes Cron. Look at CRON. Big volume coming into Cron. This is a tough one to figure out, this rewalk. I mean, look at these topping tails, bottoming tails. On the daily chart, I mean, it had a nice little run for a couple of days. It got up there, but then, it closed here and it just sank. Now it's having another day. Maybe, but I mean, there's some decent, I think, resistance not that far away. I mean, it would have to take that out, that 180 level out, and it would have to take it out with a lot of volume. It just is one of those stocks that it's a feel good story. I mean, there's no question we'd all like a stock like this or a company like this to succeed, but it just can't seem to do it. Remember, this was down to 44 cents. When was this? Back in not quite a year ago. All right. Just kind of watching that NVCN to see if it gets back over to that 115. I'd love to see it get into the 20s. If it gets into the 20s, I'd probably take the trade and see what happens. Well, guys, nice. This was a nice swing from yesterday that I mentioned in the pre-market as a potential swing trade. MIK. All right, NVCN right back up. Look at the volume coming in. NVCN, look at the volume that is coming in. I mean, they're the biggest candles of the day right here, or excuse me, volume bars of the day right here. Come on, get into the 20s, 120s. Again, boredom, not a reason to get out of a trade. BPFH. Just break out. Get some volume, break it out. There's a little bit of room on that monthly chart, as I said, to maybe that 13 level. It is Bitcoin. Yeah. Late entrant, but yes. BTBT. How's the other one doing? A really tough one to. Wow, look at the NCTY. Holy smokes. Wow. Wasn't really watching that. Wow. What a move. 1.7 million in the float. I saw somebody talking about this earlier. Even the spread is not disgusting. It's only a 3 cent spread. How's the XNet doing? I think it was pulling back a little bit. Not much though. Okay, let's just do it. Let's just take this. I'm going to put it in the simulator. I'm going to do 500 shares. What's the spread? Spread is a penny, so we'll buy this on the way up. 285 on the stop, right down here. There we go. Add the target order, $100. Okay, the cannabis plays. I'm kidding on the 100. All right, but let's modify the target. Hmm. It's interesting. All right. I thought there was a way to actually type it in on the modification. Anyway, we'll see what happens. All right, CMC may be topping out here, guys. It's, close to that whole number, 24. It may be topping out, though, it hasn't broken that upper Bollinger Band that William likes, and it's not really piercing through any channel that I can see. So, okay, these marijuana stocks are really taking off now. As is UONE Urban 1. It is. Market's up 600. SPY's up. Nas came back. I don't think so, Rodex here. Somebody asked, have they announced the second Democrat winning? Somebody said it'll be officially announced on Friday. You know, the actual results. I think that's what Lily said earlier. I have no confirmation of that, of course. All right. Just no political talk in here. I mean, other than obviously things that can affect the market. Okay. But no personal commentary about candidates, please. Murphy Oil. I mean, this is really interesting. $15. $15. What would that do? 1409. 1619. I mean, 1619 is the next high looking left. Oh, I'm just taking this, you know, as you know, I was not in this. I'm still not in this in my real account. I just took it in the simulator. I'm in no mad rush to get in unless I see it really breaking out of here. So, but I took it with a stop. That's all. I mean, I don't know if there's any news on it, but I mean, obviously, a huge amount of volume came in. There's Murphy Oil, guys. MUR over 15 now. Somebody must know. There are a lot of people in this room that have Thinkorswim, so they should be able to help you. I don't know because I don't have Thinkorswim, but VNTR on the move here. VNTR. Look at the volume that is coming in to VNTR. That's also, look at the volume, guys. The 15-minute chart. This is the biggest volume bar of the day. Also probably on the 5, probably on the 2. So stuff happening here for VNTR. Probably a low, actually it's not a low float, 54 million in the float. Well, just as I was saying that these ones were sort of sleepy, Tilray, Cron, AFA, probably CGC compared to the GNLN. Look what they did. This finally dropped, but look at the other ones. Key is, can they maintain it tomorrow? Can MJ keep going? Can it take this area out for good? This area right there, can it take it out for good and start to get into here and then really start to move? All right, another cannabis play. Not quite as good as the other ones in terms of the straight move up. There's GAN. Ooh, look at GAN. My goodness. Yeah, as Real saying, look at these moves. This is out of the UK. Look at this move here. Out of no, well, not out of nowhere necessarily, but look at the volume coming in. Somebody asked yesterday, do we have volume pops or a way to measure them? Yes, we do. Another one. I mean, look at these volume pops. That's why I'm seeing this. This is in the momentum up. They do come in many different flavors, from a 1 minute candle. So volume 1 minute, 5 minute, 1, 5, 10, 15, 30. Okay. I don't know Dan Niles, but good job. Look at the volume. Because this was an IPO back here. All right, guys, I continue to, pay attention to this NVCN. I mean, it's still struggling to get through that 114 area. I'm just wanting to see if I can take this out on, get some more volume. I mean, the volume is great. I mean, the volume has been coming in, so that's what's encouraging. Well, we have an off-topic tab, okay? We have an off-topic tab, so stocks only is just if you're talking about a very specific stock, okay? That's what stocks only is for. Off-topic is, virtually everything else. We do have a tech support tab that I can try to help people, but that's what off-topic is for. Well, I missed this one. I'm not really paying too much attention to my watch list down, but this was an excellent short. 2401, 23 now. There was the short right there. It had to wait to take out the low of yesterday, which it did. 2401 with the filters in place. Two bells. All right, guys. Give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Oh, I can't help you there, Chris. I don't know what you mean by a dummy code. You're talking about. I still don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about connecting to IB to actually to trade something like a lot like a real stock? I mean, I don't I don't know what it. I have no idea. I have no idea regarding a dummy code so putting something in here and seeing if it connects, but it won't trade it because it's not a stock. I have no idea. Sorry. Never heard of that. Not saying it doesn't exist, but I've just never heard of it. The one thing you could do, okay, is put in. Now, I don't think you were talking about my shorting. So what you could do is this. No, but listen to me. I know you're going to go, oh, no, I don't want to short. So let's just say you wanted to short. Well, maybe I don't want to confuse you. It's in case. What you do is you would put a limit order, say, to short Cron at $100. You know, I mean, it's way below that. One share, you know, at 100. And then, you know, because I'm looking at IB, it is shortable, and you'll see if the order goes through. I mean, it'll never get executed. Okay? So that means, so you don't have to then even take one share of something that you will get on the long side. So just put it. Yeah, I mean, Andrea, I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 26.62 or so. So, I mean, it does have still room. On the weekly chart, not, yeah, actually, in the weekly chart, yes. I mean, it's got room. Okay, so for Ninja Trader, now, when you say connect, you're just talking about the ability then to click on an. Okay, I'm talking to Modern Life. Modern Life. So you're talking about when connecting. You're talking about when you click on an alert, it'll show up in your order entry, right? There probably are some rules. What I will do is to send you to the home page. Bill is there. He's our linking expert, and just ask the question: how to link trade ideas to Ninja Trader. Okay? You know, never having had Ninja Trader, I don't know specifically how to do it. All right, next on the probably big momentum for Leaf. Yeah, look at the volume just coming into Leaf, L-E-A-F, Leaf. Look at the volume coming in. Yeah, boy, this has some room too. Look left on that daily chart, $6. Okay, oh, I see what you're saying. No, Trade Ideas is not a broker platform. We're a scanner, and we connect to many brokers' platforms. Connecting meaning that if you set up the link correctly, when you click on an alert within Trade Ideas, that it'll load into your order entry, and then from there you trade. Traderz is not a broker, though. You need a broker to trade. Okay, does that make sense? Modern life? Talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Or a scanner. Even that FHN that I took a long time ago, not in it anymore. But look at this. I mean, it's just been. That's why I was saying with a big float like that, it probably would be a rather relaxing type of a trade. Okay, so can you hear me? Can you hear me, Modern Life? Can you hear me? Right on, go. Okay, so this is what I said. I put this link in here. All linking means, okay, so I put the homepage link in. You can click on that and ask the question, how to connect trade ideas to NinjaTrader. All it's going to do, it just means that when you establish the link, if you can, then when you click on an alert from within Trade Ideas, it'll load into your order entry in NinjaTrader, okay? I mean, I can't tell you because I've never had NinjaTrader, so I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it does. But if you click on that homepage link and start and just literally ask the question, can I connect Trade Ideas to NinjaTrader? Somebody should be able to help you, okay? Great, okay. All right, guys. So I am patiently waiting to see if that little NVCN can gain any traction whatsoever and take out that one, get into the 120s. The BPFH, as I've said several times, boredom is not a reason to get out of a trade as long as you're up anyway. So let's see what happens. Little bit of a pop for it. Okay, yeah, so it has a very wide stop. I mean, I have to look at a chart, so. Yeah, this is pretty, this is pretty jumpy, that EQOS. It's pretty jumpy. That's a tough one to intraday trade, in my opinion. I mean, look at the bottom tails and topping tails. I mean, on a 15-minute chart, that is pretty erratic. It's a low float, 25 million. You've also got a huge spread issue. I mean, I wouldn't be, I mean, if you're in it, okay, but, it's got a huge spread issue. You know, that's something I would just shy away from, even though it's an AI alert. You know, I mean, 68.89, that's too much. Well, I'd still, treat the simulator like it's your real account. You know, that is just one I wouldn't trade. My opinion, anyway. But when you say 1580 as a stop, getting in when? See, that's why people ask me, do I trade every AI alert? Of course, well, I don't. I have a certain price range I like, but if I saw this would be very hard for me to trade. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I mean, you'd be out of it now on 1580. It's just to me, this is the type of one I would just shy away from. I don't care if it's an AI alert. Yeah, you can do it. Don't get me wrong. You can do it, but if you're going to, but some are obviously going to be better than others, in my opinion. I mean, go ahead and do it, but you're already out then if you put 1580 as your stop. Yeah, off topic. Yes, guys, come on. These are all off topic. Okay, just put it in off topic. This is stocks only. I'm afraid to look at this NCTY. Is it $100 yet? Not yet. Do I like that void? Probably the way you're phrasing it. It's not bad. Yeah. So the next high looking left on that monthly chart is way up here, $10 on the weekly chart. What do we see? Probably going to be about the same. Yes. Yeah, that's a big void. Yeah, a little spy push down. If all those, well, I'm not disputing if that's what's happening. Good grief. So if you're long anything right now, just be aware. Obviously, this red candle forming. You know, things get really, really out of hand. Yeah, remember Peck yesterday? So Peck, what are they doing? They bought this company, EV play. Trying to remember. So this is an EV play. What did it hit yesterday? Peck got all the way up to 1371, sold all the way off down to 10, trying to come back now. Yeah, it's all new betting and everything. It is pretty interesting as a Canadian observing what's going on. Jeez. How is Fubo doing? Fubo. Been super active, of course, the last yesterday was very active. It's kind of holding, you know. It's kind of holding. It could be interesting going forward with that very aggressive price target of $60. Yeah, it's not so much a strategy in modern life. I'm just a momentum player, so I like to see stocks near the highs and lows of the day. And then, it doesn't mean if a stock makes a new high for the day that I take the trade immediately. Then I start looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly charts to see if there's room for it to still move. So that's the sort of trader that I am. Well, if this doesn't hold, I guess I'll have to get out of my BPH trade, BPFH trade. We'll see. It's basically where I bought it. It's a little bit above. V-Ray, well, I'm sharing a lot of scans, Modern Life, okay? I share a lot of scans that you can take a look at. And everybody has, different trading styles. So I have a lot of scans that look at different types of things. Okay? So if you click on my homepage link, yeah, not surprising. GGLY on the move here. Not surprising. So if you take a look at my homepage, And right here, scans that I share. Okay, click here. A lot of scans that I'm sharing. So you can take a look at some of them. V-Ray, let's take a look at V-Ray. Been watching this one for a while. Yeah, it still hasn't broken through yesterday's high, 709. Yeah, so I don't give ideas like that, Modern. I mean, this is not a room where I'm going to tell you, okay, you should buy this or that, all right? It's not like that. You know, the purpose of the room, I mean, we toss out ideas, don't get me wrong. But if you're here because you think I'm going to say you should be buying this or that, that's not going to happen. You know, I mean, I've already talked about V-Ray as an example. You know, this is a kind of an earnings play from a couple of days ago. It is now trying to break above yesterday's high. When you look left on the monthly chart, you can see it has some room up to about 9. Does that mean I'm telling you to take this trade? No. It means that, well, you can start looking at it. If it's of interest to you, if you sort of see what I'm talking about, yeah, then you can take a look at the trade. You know, we've been talking about a very cheap one, NVCN. You know, the same sort of thing. Take a look at it on you. If you're not used to looking at these higher time frames, then I'm not going to be able to help you. But you look at these higher time frames in the daily chart. Just start looking to see where highs were in the past. You can see 114, 114, 114, 114. What did it get to today? It got up to 119. If you can kind of see that if it can finally break free of this, it can maybe get up into the 2 level as an example. No. Don't buy it for sure. I hope you're kidding. I hope you're kidding. I hope you're kidding. I don't tell anybody to buy anything, all right? These are just ideas. I'm not an investment advisor. Oh, you mean you'll buy the software? Okay. All right. Well, if you click on my homepage link, you'll see how you can do it with a promo code. Well, I see it ripping. I see UONE ripping. I'm not sure I missed it, I suppose. Look at that, right through the 200-day now. Look at the volume. Volume coming into UONE, U1. I don't trust it, that's all. I don't trust that it's going to hold, but it is not shortable for me. Ooh, it is shortable. Well. Okay, well, I'm, really watching the BPFH. I'm looking to see how this other one, FHN, it really fell with the SPY here. Look at that red candle. Look at the SPY red candle. BPH is in the same sector. It hasn't fallen quite yet, but it's basically where I bought it. So So let's see, Nasdaq a little bit negative. Wow. I mean, we've seen this act before, guys. I mean, if you remember, this is back in June of last year, and this got, I mean, the craziness, it got all the way up to $54. All right, guys, it is now 2:30, so I typically just say I'm closing the room down around 3. Always stay later if there are questions. And we'll just go over one more time my homepage and what you can get out of my homepage. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, of course, here's a way you can take out a subscription, get trade ideas. Here's a promo code Barry4Alpha for 15% off the first month only. Only the first month only, all right? Or the entire year. I don't want to mislead anybody. People seem to think that they get 15% every month. And if that were the case, then why would anybody take out an annual subscription? But anyway, I digress. So it's 15% off the first month only. And this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. So we have 4 plans. The premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. That's the usual reason. There are some other differences between premium and standard, but that's the main reason why people want to have access to our premium service. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You can start off or keep a monthly subscription. Just remember, you'll get that discount, the 15% off the first month, and then it'll go back to these prices. Okay? Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And just to give you an idea, I'm starting to flash this. I wish that gentleman were in the room who was in there last week. So what are you seeing here? What are you seeing is this. So look at you, O-N-E. So since April, we started tracking the trades of the week. So if the trade of the week triggered either on Monday or Tuesday, then it was counted in these statistics. For instance, let me just move this off. For instance, this week's trade of the week, UAVS, will not be counted because it never got to 6 on Monday or Tuesday, not even today, not that it mattered. It did not hit the trigger point of 640. So that one would not be counted. But if a stock, a trade of the week, triggered either on Monday or Tuesday, you took the trade, you invested $10,000 into that trade, and then you sold it Friday before the market closed. If you did that for every one of the trades that triggered, this is what would have happened. Okay, so that 10,000 would have turned into about, can't quite see, about $27,000. And that's just taking each trade of the week, selling it, and then investing in the next one, assuming it triggered. So that is what the trade of the week is. Now, is there any guarantee going forward the same thing is going to happen? Of course not. But that is from that is when we started tracking this like this. That is from April. Just kind of when we thought, well, what happened during the pandemic and then after? Well, of course the market helped, but nonetheless, those are the results. And I do a recap right here, daily recap right here. You can click on that. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. And education, lots of education right here, including, I think, the most important one, the 20 lessons in 20 days. Take the lessons. Take the lessons. All right, there you go. All the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list, alert windows, etc. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can still click on that link and you can see, what are the basic features that we have to offer. Of course, the daily support sessions in our YouTube feed between 12 and 1. It's a different trader who looks after that. Different trader every day, Monday to Friday. We have 5 different traders. And daily webinars. So this is the one that I attend, the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. We have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. As I say, the one on Wednesday is the one that I help out on. And educational videos and ebooks that we created. Okay, so a lot of information from my homepage. Give me a moment here as I size my window. Okay, so Robert, okay, so first of all, Robert asked a question. Is there a way to add an additional My Like symbols type of window? That window was useful, but I would like to make another one for on-deck trades that I'll be taking soon. All right, so Robert, first of all, can you hear me and can you see my screen? Before I sort of give you an idea about what you can do. Okay, so do you know how to create a symbol list? In the first place, not just the My Like, but you know how to create a symbol list? Okay, so this is what you can do. You can create a symbol list, and a quick way to add them, let's just say this is one that you wanted. So maybe you create a symbol list and you call it, Robert's on deck trades, just as an example. All right. Now right click, and let's say you wanted to add this one, PRTS. Right click, and you see, and then send symbol lists. And if you've not created too many, you should see the symbol list right at the top. And you just highlight it, and then it'll be added to it. So does that make sense? So let me do it again. So you create a symbol list, maybe as you say, call it Robert's on deck trades. You find something that you want to be one of your on deck trades, right click, send to, symbol lists. And this is, I'm doing it very slowly, but I mean, this is just hovering over, and then just pick the symbol list you want to move it into. You should see it, well, if you haven't created very many, you'll see it immediately. Plus, the ones that you use most of the time, you'll see it right at the top. And then then of course you can attach that symbol list to your new your new top list window or alert window. Yes, just attach it. You know how to do that, right? So you might call that one either your new top list window or your new alert window. You know, again, Robert's on deck trades. Okay, guys, I'm out. I got out of that trade, that BPHB, whatever it's called. Okay. So I basically got out of that flat. I did not like the way the other one FA, and plus what the market is doing. So it's kind of going to hit some of these financial stocks probably. All right, so GP, no, but I think this will solve your issue. How many monitors? And this is for anybody. Look at FHN. Man, oh man, man, oh man. So that's why that's why I was really watching the B. I'm gonna get the symbol right. The BPFH very closely. I mean, it's it's a bank. So it has not been quite as devastated as the FHN, but did not like what was going on with the SPY. All right, so GP, and this is for everybody who has multiple monitors. All right, like I have 3 monitors. I'm only showing this one to you guys. So I have 3 monitors. So what I do is I take my toolbar, my Trade Ideas toolbar, I put it in the top left-hand corner of what I'll designate as being my main monitor. Arrange all my windows as I want them. I have other Trade Ideas windows on my other monitors. I put them exactly where I want them, all my other monitors. Once I do that, then I click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Tools, Options, Layouts. And then I just check Open relative to main window. Save. And then save your work. Make sure when you exit Trade Ideas, make sure you save. And then when you open Trade Ideas tomorrow, all your Trade Ideas windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay? So what you were asking for is, could I take all these, put it in a container, and then move them all at once? No, but typically that's the reason why people want to be able to do that. Okay, excuse me, okay? Well, as is XNet. So again, this is in the simulator. So so you're trying to do a lot of different things other than just Trade Ideas on a monitor. I get it. Okay. So when you minimize this, when you say, so you're minimizing the toolbar? Man, look at FHN. I mean, that was just beautiful for the whole day until this. See, what you see, as you know, well, as you don't know necessarily, but I never do anything with this. In fact, I never do anything with any of my Trade Ideas windows. I've got my 3 monitors. This is what I'm sharing. I've got my brokerage platform on another monitor. And I've got other Trade Ideas windows on another monitor. So I've got three 32-inch 4K monitors. Right, we're certainly seeing a lot. Well, I mean, the SPY is holding right now. A little bit of a green candle forming. SPY is holding. I mean, I don't think the end is nigh. But anyway. Well, you know why DGLY is going up. So anyway, here we go. And of course, SWBI, same sort of thing. Man. Well, it'll be interesting tomorrow. See what happens. Well, it's going to be interesting today to see if this is a momentary blip right there, and see if it recovers. You know, guys, no matter what side of the fence you're on, this is pretty bleak, pretty bad for you guys down there. It doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. All right, well, this one saw a lot earlier in the day. This one just is being hammered. It continues on the way down. IMRA. Look at this one. RAP was a, what do they do? RAP Technologies? What do they do? Okay, well, handheld remote restraint devices that discharge. Okay, so, this is a digital, this was an AI alert yesterday, WRAP. Look at it go. Unfortunately. Okay, Doc, I can't help you with an accounting issue like that, but this is what I would do. I'm going to give you a link. Okay, so go to the home page, click on the home page link, and then when it says Q&A, say exactly that, and make sure you give them the email address, the email address that you used to sign up. Okay, so they can locate your account and find out what's happened, okay? Yeah, I gotta leave, guys. I don't want to say anything that could basically end my career as a moderator. So, you know what, guys? I think I'm just gonna wind it down. Okay, you guys can. I don't think there's much. I'm not gonna wait to see if the spy bounces or anything like that. So I am gonna wind this down. Tomorrow is another day. And if you want to partake in the webinar this afternoon, could be very interesting. Okay, here's how you sign up for it. Just click on my homepage link. And where it says education, click here. And then down here, just keep scrolling and where it says daily webinars. So you can sign up for them all right here. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. And this is the one that I attend. So today's my long day. So I normally knock off a little bit before 3 anyway. So just sign up for it right there. And everything's free. All right, guys. So I think, yeah, I'm just going to wrap it up now. Thanks for all your help. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.